So this is the part where I say that all of that was in the audio version on Patreon.
Oh, I hate this.
Yeah. I
Hey-ho.
I was worried it would be a sudden countdown to 1, 2, 3. God damn it. I was worried it would be a sudden countdown, so I started rolling, and I thought the preamble was a little too long, and I thought about cutting it, but then everybody, including Dallas counted down as Kermit too. Everybody was trying it out, so it's like, no, the Kermit stuff's staying in. Welcome to Rain. It's episode 70. And for some reason, we're very Muppet pilled right now, which I don't get, but that gives you a strong indicator of what's going on here. Sorry. Also,
Awesome.
it's funny that Lucky wanted to fire it on all cylinders. We got a lot to do, and I'm like, yes, we do. But also, I'm like, hold on, like psyching myself up still. I've been trying to get my juice back. I'm kind of like stiff today.
Okay, I'm trying to remember, where were we? Oh yes, no, I'm remembering my emotions.
Don't you worry. I will because we took a week off. I will set the scene once again for everybody to remind them of their positions. Okay,
Lizard.
but first, I would like to remind you that this episode is brought to you by our wonderful, beautiful patrons like Adam Heartplex, G, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JD Manatez, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, and Sharvor. If you want to see us do more, consider joining us on Patreon. You can get the audio of this, which includes like an extra, probably only like 15 seconds. But there's a little bit of extra at the front. Sometimes that happens. In case, by the way, people were wondering, yes, the audio and visual recordings are not synced up. Lucky's recording the video. I'm recording the audio. And the video includes the audio, but it's different. Anyway.
I go home.
Oh, you can tell it's been a week. Okay. All right. Slap my face. Okay. I'm running this show. I'm in charge here, allegedly.
I'm sorry.
I know, right? Okay. So, to place everybody. When we last left off, I left you off with an incredibly dramatic cliffhanger. The Marquess,
Yes.
Leslok, played by Axe, over there, right there. I point at him.
Hi. My chest feels heavy. My heart feels heavy.
It's all right. Everybody's tense. You are woken up in the middle of the night by your seneschal, Yibel Logi, your aunt. Usually I call her Aunt Yibel, so we always know which one she is. Woke you up and informed you that your sister, Aurelia, has been injured in an unsanctioned duel against, apparently, Paloma Espada. What's more, actually, no, technically the second thing she said after that, before the what's more, is she probably said that Aurelia's been, put up in your mother Cressida's room and is with her right now, and that she's already sent your youngest brother, Huron, to go get Nicola. That's actually probably the second thing that comes out of her mouth. Then furthermore, this problem is complicated because in addition to the being injured, in the course of the duel, apparently, and this is how Yibel phrases it for now, so we're keeping track of what people know in character, which is most of you, nothing. You're asleep. Or working late. I don't know.
I know literally that Paloma's been injured, or not Paloma, Aurelia's been injured. That's literally all I know.
Well, you don't know that yet because we haven't gotten to hear it.
Oh, right. I'm not even awake.
Yeah, no, we're not. We haven't even run through yet. The cliffhanger was all just the connection on Leslok. But we know that you're, I've sent I've herded the cats to go loop you into this. But she says that furthermore, during the course of this duel, how would she phrase it? I think she'd say pretty simply. During the course of this duel, it seems like there may have been some interference by House Espada, and several Espada Cavaliers were injured by Moira. They have since been taken away back to the Espada's quarters. Yeah, I'm wondering what... No, I don't think... If Aunt Yibel knows more than that, she does not have anything to add at this time.
Sorry, guys,
so,
what is that
Leslok,
noise?
you're up. Everhelm is up. Do you have anything specific you want to ask Yibel about what she knows while you are walking to Cressida's room to go see Aurelia, because that's where we said we were going, like, immediately.
Okay, Dallas is eating. That's what that noise is.
Nope.
No, I think he's shuffling cards.
Why does it sound like eating?
No, if it was eating, there'd be more plate clinking.
Yeah.
True.
Fair.
Real.
I think Gozok's gonna ask, how many other people know about this right now?
I don't know how many exactly, but out of the house, she, points, basically you, me, Cressida, counts, your mother, Aurelia, and Moira. She says that Paz Oro is with Aurelia.
All right, how much
so
is
if you didn't know
House
she was
Oro,
involved,
House
she's in
Espada,
there. And then House Espada, Yibel shrugs. She doesn't know.
Okay.
At least, she would say, based on what Moira said, that Rodrigo and Ainara were there. There were some number of cavaliers. Aunt Yibel did not stop to get a head count from Moira. And that she's pretty sure that Marquess Espada already knows.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. Let's just hear the story directly first.
All right. Okay. You guys go to Cressida's chambers. She has a smaller suite of rooms since you took over kind of the master suite, Leslok.
I put a coat on so I can take it off dramatically at some point later.
No, you throw a cloak on. That's fair. That's fair. It's night. It's probably a little. The whole building is stone, so it's probably a little cool in here once you turn out all the lights and you let the open sky get to you. By the way, as I did discuss this in the fiction available on Patreon now. Plug. It is waxing moon, so the moon is not full but filling, and it's a partially cloudy night. So like, you guys get to walk by, windows with dramatic moonlight effects, which will occasionally phase out. So you're walking through the halls. You go to Cressida's door. Yibo probably knocks for you, and then you hear that it's open, and you go in. And so what you see is on Lady Cressida's bed is Aurelia. Probably just down to her. Down a couple of layers, took the leather jerkin off. Bandages pressed into looks like her shoulder. Cressida is there, kind of tending to her. She's got a basin of clean water, probably boiled in the hearth pan. Got a couple of candles lit. Moira is standing so that she is in the shadow of the door, so that if anybody decided to do something dramatic like kick down the door, she would intercept them.
Of course.
And at the not quite the foot of the bed, but kind of out of the way of where Cressida's working, but not fully out of the way is Paz Oro. Looks like she's on the verge of tears. Kind of probably been scrambling through her pockets full of medicine and stuff.
Is there a chair I can grab to sit on?
Yeah. There's plenty of chairs. I think
Okay.
Aurelia just kind of looks up at you and says, "Oh, brother, so good of you to make it." Wince.
She's sitting on the bed, right?
Yeah. She's reclined on the bed, probably sitting up a little so that she's not getting blood everywhere.
Leslok's just gonna take her to the bed and just sit in front of her and just I shouldn't be hearing about things like this during this time of month, just during times of the year, but how about you tell me what happened before I make any decisions?
Well, she kind of pauses and rolls her good shoulder and says, "Well, the plan wasn't for anybody to hear about it, but all right." She explains something. I'm pretty sure you're roughly into the summary. She challenged Paloma Espada to a fight because she made some sort of remark about Paz Oro. That's why Paz is here. The two of them immediately set it for to remind everybody of the time frame of this. Aurelia explains that this was this morning. They immediately set the time and the place for tonight on the keep walls at midnight before anybody is missed. Blah. I can speak. I'm real.
No.
So yes, they, because it was not a sanctioned duel, there was no ref, observer, or doctor, unless pass counts. They didn't have any seconds or nothing, so they just, went to the wall to fight it out, which is, yes, against protocol. After, a certain amount of crossing blades, it appears that they were shadowed by some number of the Espada party. Aurelia would phrase it as, at first she thought it was just the elder siblings who seemed to be kind of like a normal sort of like, hey, well, Rodrigo spoke, so she'll phrase it as Rodrigo. Well, we don't need to carry water for Ainara Espada yet. In character. I don't need to make excuses for her at this time. I'll work on that later. Rodrigo seemed to be like, hey, kids, let's knock it off. This isn't great. When neither Aurelia or Paloma were interested in that, a bunch of extra Espada Cavaliers come up. Aurelia does have the count at half a dozen. At which point, Moira emerged from the shadows, beat the tar out of them, knocked Ainara and Rodrigo to the ground, and, was going about their business. Then Marquess Espada showed up. He appeared to be somewhat upset at Aurelia would probably say it as Moira manhandling his children.
I want to make a point, as Aurelia keeps saying how it keeps getting worse. That Leslok is actively just trying not to be angry.
He's just you're leaning forward more and more. The shadow across your face gets deeper and deeper, despite the fact that the light's not moving.
Wait, I have a gift.
It's too bad you don't wear glasses. You could do scary shiny glasses. Anyway,
you're thinking about that of being. I'm going to take my glasses off right now.
Basically, Aurelia, she says that the Marquess showed up. He seemed to be a little cross that Moira, manhandled his heirs, because that did happen. She, threw a coat over Rodrigo's head and knocked him to the floor, and then, judo through Ainara Espada. So not causing them any lasting harm, but if anybody else did see it, it would be super embarrassing. And so they fight. During this time period, Aurelia was still technically engaging in a duel with Paloma. But she realized that, Aurelia says this sheepishly, she was like, well, there was a moment when I realized that Moira was in trouble because she dropped her other sword, so I threw her one of my swords. I should have used the other one. She, tries to hold up the injured arm and then winces. I think I'm doing better than Logesh.
What the fuck? God damn it.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, it's true, though. How much fucking killing damage did you take?
4.
It was 3 or 4. 4? Yeah,
it was
bad.
4. I healed it. I remember.
She's doing much better than that.
She's
as
doing
to joke, Paloma Espada knows stop thrust. And
there was only one
stop
killing.
Thrust.
There was only one killing.
It's probably only one killing damage, maybe some
Okay,
shock.
so she's doing better than Konrad, too.
Cressida would probably interject at this point and say, actually, no, she would let Aurelia finish the story. So basically, Aurelia says she got stabbed. She threw the blade to Moira. Then she did, the team's favorite trick. She broke Paloma's sword again. No, that's okay, comrade. Aurelia did the other thing. At which point, Paloma forfeit. And Moira, quickly bundled her up and took the two out of there. Yes, at this point, Cressida would say that the reason why she sent for Nicola is that, hey, gang, breaking a rapier that's currently embedded in your shoulder is not a great idea. So the rapier tip is probably still in there.
Oh yeah, that
Yes.
could get infected really easily.
Yes.
So, she's literally like got boiling, sterile water and is like boiling bandages, and you're gonna send for Nicola.
I'm gonna have to yell at her to next time call me. Or someone who's a licensed doctor.
Well, then it wouldn't be an illegal duel.
That would be, then it would have been a sanctioned duel, which
Put more eyes on it, technically, but there's already enough
could have
eyes on
been
it already.
more. Well, actually, no. I mean, if we'll say that if it brings up, but Aurelia would say that if she went for a sanctioned duel, that wouldn't have worked. Then she would have definitely lost because she couldn't have used magic.
So,
but yes, if
let's look at the
if you have anything to bring up to Aurelia, she has no further says to that. Moira may add some things, but we'll wait a sec.
All right. I think Leslok stands up because it's like he has like his hand over his chest. He's like, I have to my heart is feeling a lot of things right now.
You should get that looked at by me.
You're not there. Shut up.
Not now.
Aurelia does look, I want to say, pretty not crestfallen, but like
contrite.
Yes, she's like that. That seems to hurt her more personally than like the idea that she's caused you distress than the fact that she's got a sword tip in her shoulder.
I'm going to try to be precise of what I'm saying here, but pardon me if I screw this up a bit. I'm happy you're alive, but I'm also furious as the hells. If you got killed, the house would have been compensated for your death, and we had to move along with that, and everything else. And I don't want to have to consider that ever being a possibility, because that would have led to a lot of other things. A lot of things. And I would not forgive
I think
you.
this is a perfect, well, finish your thought, but if you have finished
Punch
there, but... Well, he's like...
I didn't hear this happen.
He's saying it in his way, but I get the idea. It's like, I can't... I'm glad you're alive. That would have been very bad if you died, and like... Politically, we would have been forced to get over it, but I would be very upset. If you don't have anything else to finish that, sorry, I think I got a little in front of you there. But that does seem like a perfect point for Moira to jump in.
I am also amazed at why there's so many espadas that are willing to hound you in that whole situation, but maybe someone else knows that better.
Well, you shouldn't be too surprised. You don't need to worry about her, though. I was there. I would make sure she wouldn't have gotten too hurt. It's Moira from the back. As for why there were so many Espada there, that would be probably the same reason why I was there. Is at this point. There was a knock upon the door.
What do I even do?
I imagine that Everhelm has taken the other side of the door, opposite Moira. So if you want to signal to either of them to check who's out there.
Wait, hold on.
Just sit back down, give the hand signal to sit back down.
I want to type something because I'm going to predict who it is, but I'm just going to type it before you open the door.
He's going to type it. He has to make sure he's spelling it correctly.
And his name was John.
If I misspelled this, hang me.
All right, but you signal to Everhelm to check the door, I think?
Yeah.
Is what I got of it? Okay. All right, well, if he's gonna type it, he needs to send it, because I'm going to say it. Haha, no! Give me your money.
Oh, okay.
Everhelm opens it, and incredibly polite, normal voice says, "Good evening. Everhelm kind of looks back at you and says, Lord Cursor for you, sir."
Okay, I was on the right track.
Okay.
Just wrong generation. I didn't misread that, right? She was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna actually, Moira was gonna that was one of the things she was gonna mention is that Aurelia didn't get the look, but she was pretty sure then at the very end, the Queen and Estelle showed up. You know, it's a literal cavalcade of things. Anyway, Leslok,
Better
yes,
not
your
come in,
response.
but I think if I do that, just make it worse. So we'll just let him in.
The Crown Prince enters wearing just, shirt sleeves and like a throw cloak over it and says, "Very reasonable of your lordship. Yes. I have arrived. As you can see, there is a fraught situation ongoing. Currently, well, he nods to you, Leslok, and says, I'm sure you're caught up to speed. Currently, the Marquess Espada and the Queen, my mother, are discussing with the High King what is going on from their perspective. I have arrived to make sure that the King is informed upon all parts of this situation. So if the young lady is feeling well, I would like to ask her what occurred from her point of view. If you don't mind, your lordship. Nods to Leslok.
My lord.
I was just going to type, so I was waiting to see what he was going to say. Sorry.
You don't want to see it, so please continue your roleplay.
All right, I guess I failed already. We'll just keep going then. Okay.
No.
I could have been making a joke, but sure, be negative.
It's true, it is X. He's going to be negative. He's going to be tense. Anyway, please, though, what were you going to say to the... Because you had a thought before Lucky was typing something.
It was... This will probably be happening multiple times, but you might as well get better at telling the story.
Well, hopefully from me it will be the once. But yes, if there's no, objections, he's going to have Aurelia basically repeat the story. Mostly stand there and nod.
Stoic nodding.
There's nothing extensively damning that he doesn't probably already know.
I mean, what is there to be damned about?
Yeah, this is more just a. I don't even know how situations is no role.
Sorry, it's me taking a deep breath. Okay. Stiff shoulders today, chat. All right. So yes, the prince is getting down Aurelia's story, nodding along. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking. Do I want to? Is that a good time to transition away or to keep on it? Because I'll break the scene in one of two ways in a second. Because at the end of her, we'll break the scene in one ways then. Well, after Aurelia kind of recalls the tale, and then kind of at the end, the prince, nods and says that yes, basically that the confirms Moira's earlier comment. The queen was there. Alias basically says, to the effect of like, or explains that the Espada Cavaliers have been returned to their guest quarters. The queen roused the royal physician to go look at them. They do not know, nobody was informed of any further states of Aurelia's injury. And last he checked, Rodrigo Espada is with the Cavaliers as well, and Ainara and Estelle went off with Paloma to Estelle's guest quarters. And then, yeah, I guess basically, Alias would probably turn back to you, Leslok, and be like, well, I am now as informed as the rest of everyone, as are you. Kind of, leans back a little and just kind of goes, in this case, your lordship, I think we shall defer to you. Where do you wish to go with this first?
The dog is tearing apart the green stringy thingy.
Oh, is he?
And if you needed a second to sync out of character. Signal me. Like I said, I got so many transitions.
No, it's just considering out of.
That's what I mean. If you need a second out of character, I can leave this scene.
I just want to say this to like all the other players at the moment because I just need to make this clear. Like, I feel like I want this to be put behind us, but I don't think that's the right decision. But I'm not sure.
Well, if you had brought the other players in and the other characters into it, we could have had a discussion about it. But you're by yourself right now.
That's fair.
So either get the other player characters involved or make a decision.
Technically that is the two of the three possible outlets. The third outlet is, like I said, is say, give me a second and I will slurp away.
What's the other? Let everyone else get involved. So slurp. Let's transition away.
It sounded like two separate ones. I'll move on to Nicola for a second then, because I will get him involved. All right. You know, Alias asks that to Leslok. Camera pans to him pensively. Up wipe up, away, down wipe. In front of Nicola's manor house. Clunk, 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 clunk. Clunk, 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 clunk.
I assume Olympia will open the door.
I
assume Olympia will open the door.
Yeah.
Because I think servants' quarter, or not servants, but like.
I'm pretty sure you probably have
attendants and stuff.
Maybe a footman?
You'd have somebody.
Well, no, my attendant is Olympia, and she's definitely here with me. So she would be at the boss of servants' quarter. Because she's in charge of all the staff.
Have people to access to the door. It's
yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I mean, if that's how you played, if Nicola's not roused by somebody rapping loudly on his door, yes, you're probably woken up to say that, like...
what does he have to say? It's very important you tell me exactly what he has to say.
Well, if you say that Olympia would get it, what Aren would say to staff, no matter who it is, would be that he has been sent urgently to fetch Nicola. That's it.
Okay.
So, you would be informed. Aren Logi is here to see you urgently.
I would come down. I would. Would I think that? Yeah, I mean, it's. Why the fuck else would they need urgent? So I would grab my doctor's bag. I would not get dressed. I would be in my robe, and I would go down.
All right.
What's the matter?
At the door, basically, Aren would give you the skinny then, and basically be like, despite the fact that he knocked and yelled, he's now talking low and being like, Nika, there's been a duel at the castle. Aurelia's been injured. Supposed to get you and rush back.
Okay, so that's all he says?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know how injured that means, so I'm going to assume the worst because, to be very frank, I have trauma about this. I'm going to cast Boatman's Leap on myself and start jumping towards the castle.
All right, before you go to grab, Nicola's going to grab you by the scruff of your robe and be like, Oi, don't do that. You're wearing pants. Get a carriage, you daft idiot.
Right, carriage. Right, go, now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Nicola will busy about himself getting a carriage, I want to say. I think that Huron's loud knocking would probably have gotten some members of Delegation Marin to look out. I don't know if she would have... Well, actually, wait, no. I think she can literally... That's... You know that Wind Witch spell is the one where your hearing gets better. Because I was like, would Ilarion have overheard the comment about Aurelia? But she also literally has the spell that eavesdrops. So, as you, Nicola, probably turn back into your house to, yell at somebody to get a carriage ready, Ilarion Marin in just, her, dressing gown and petticoats, goes to rush off. And then it's the Admiral who goes, nope, stop that. You wait here, points to Ilarion, points to Nicola, you take my carriage urgently. and turns back to Illyrian and be like, if you want to come along, you go get dressed. I'm not doing Lady Marin's voice right now because I've too many NPCs. I can't switch that fast.
Thank you.
Too many NPCs, not enough actors.
Because
Not enough space. So
NPC
I'm going to
warehouse.
assume getting in her quick carriage is quicker because it's
probably
parked here, I
it's been used
assume.
more, I think.
Also, it's parked here. Nicola does not have his own carriage.
Yes, no, that makes sense. Yeah, so you get
No.
you
So
get
he will
bundled
just
into
say,
the carriage.
thank you.
Rolls her eyes, goes about business. Huron will hop up on the sideboard and be like, Hearthstone Citadel, mate, make it quick. So since you're in a carriage ride, if there's anything you want to ask Huron on your way, it's very funny you grabbed your doctor's bag because I know you talked about jumping. I was gonna have Huron not talk about your pants and be like you didn't have your doctor stuff, but you did think about it.
No. Well, I think it's safe to assume if anyone is calling Nicola urgently, it is probably doctor related. So I'm just like,
no, it's good. That's a good pull. I'm gonna be honest. I thought you would forget, but you were like, no, Nicola wouldn't forget. That's what they need him for in the middle of the night. It's like 1 a.m. right now.
Yeah. No, if it's urgent, if it's urgent, it is probably doctoring needed.
That makes sense.
So yeah, if you wanted to ask Huron about anything, he's in the carriage with you.
I would be asking if he knows extent of injury, place of injury, type of injury.
Huron's, kind of it has to hold up a hand to because I'm sure you rapid fire and be like, all right, one at a time. It's like,
all
right. Sword related.
Not lethal.
I think Aunt Yebel said it's not life threatening.
Yeah. But not life.
Nicola's heartbeat will go down to merely extremely elevated.
I think. Oh, actually,
down from
what would?
Hummingbird.
No, Huron would be very polite. He would say, "Lady Cressida is with her," and then be more cool about it and be like, "I'm Moira, of course."
And Moira.
Hearing Lady Cressida is with her, now his heartbeat will go down to normally elevated.
How does Nicola feel when it's brought up that it was in a fight with Paloma? Any thoughts on House of Spada into his reactions?
Nicola doesn't have time to think about his complicated history with House of Spada.
You don't have to think about sociopolitics right now. Got it. That's okay.
Politics. Yeah, Nicola does not have the energy to think about that. But actually, he will calm down slightly, knowing that it was what seems to be, at least in Nicola's opinion, a duel between people who are not enemies. Therefore, probably not killing intent.
We'll continue to let Nicola believe that one.
I'll be different now.
Okay.
But Huron would drop one more thing on you, I think, as the carriage starts approaching, which is that it's funny, I ran into Kefis Verity out in the street. Did me a solid, told him to go get Baron Oro. Because, little Lady Oro is involved as well. Well, she was there.
Okay, my heart elevates again.
Going on.
Oh, God, this is so layered.
Back up. Heart is back elevated. God damn it.
All right, so.
And the only in
we
say quickly. Do we whap?
Yeah.
Whap back around?
Bad at speaking tonight. Jeez. And it's not my jaw that's tired. It's like my fucking, my elbows and legs that are stiff. Anyway, me utterly incapable of saying words correctly. I know, actually, you're beating yourself up about not saying the right thing, but at least so far, most of the things you said have been proper English words. Ugh.
They've been human language.
No, I just wish I could emote better, but I have no acting skills.
I think we're catching. Well, I'm catching anyway. I think the gist of where Leslok is at. Feel free to always use the writer's trick, and you can describe how Leslok says or does something if he you feel like he's saying or doing something more angry or upset or annoyed versus.
I will say. Omega, one more note. One more note. Because Nicola will finally realize, probably, for comedic effect, about 2 seconds before the carriage arrives at the castle, that he is not wearing proper clothing, he will glamour himself to be wearing his doctor's uniform.
Ah, that does work.
But it will literally be 2 seconds before the carriage arrives. He finally goes,
I think Kieran like
I'm
looks
not
away and
wearing
looks back, and
pants.
he's like, "I told you to get your pants." Whatever.
Yeah.
Waves it off. So we are now effectively caught up in time because Leslok was told when he got woken up that Yibel had grabbed Kieran as the most accessible person to get. And he was correct. He was not challenged in the streets to go get Nicola. So we ratchet back around the camera back to Leslok and Alias. And, he's asking you what you would like to do first.
Well, I'd like to know how far this is going to go and everyone else involved.
It means, well, it goes as far as the High King, at least. But are you saying you wish a moment to consult with your? I think Leslok, you can feel that Alias was about to say advisors, and then he writes it back. He's like, family. He's like, wait a minute, this is not a courtroom scene. This is like family stuff.
I mean, we're fam visors.
Put that on your business
What
card.
does that even mean?
We're family
like-
and advisors.
You said I heard you say that of an N instead of an M for family. It's like you said
Fansizer, yeah.
fan visors.
Fam visors.
Fan visors.
Sounds like
That sounds like a shitty headphone brand. Or
I was gonna say,
Very
sounds
heavy
like
headphone. Fam visors.
All right,
sunglasses is what I was
Leslok,
thinking.
please save me.
I'm getting cringe. I'm taking cringe damage.
Help me.
good.
Help. I'm drowning. Help.
I don't want this to escalate, but I was just gonna go.
Give me a second.
Sorry.
I know, but- We need
All
a
right.
second
Fair,
focus.
I don't think it can escalate any further.
It's going up to the High
well,
King, man. It's escalated all the way. Make a fucking
It's not
decision,
hard
man.
up, yeah. Yeah, it's like would Leslok consider the blood war right now? I don't think he wants the blood war right now.
Like, if you don't want to escalate,
I-
then make that your plan to not escalate and start putting steps in front. Stop waffling and wanting someone to give you the answer.
All right.
Yeah, just say I don't want it to escalate. And then,
I'd rather
sorry,
this.
you didn't say that. I laughed. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Alias, I prefer if this doesn't get any further complicated than it already has. Hopefully, we can put this behind us, and if it doesn't, I will take responsibility for what that is. But hopefully, it would have to come to that.
Alias kind of nods sage and he says, well, I'm glad we are of similar minds. We will need to be careful. We should wait until your doctor arrives. We can make sure that the young lady is fine, and then we should go speak to the High King. As this is a matter of etiquette, I have already taken steps to ensure, well, Alias kind of, would he... Maybe I'll phrase it this way. In the candlelight, you're like, you think for a second, does he have a little bit of a sly smile on his face? Maybe it's just a trick of the shadows. He says, well, at least that your house's fortunes will not get any worse tonight.
There's also a thing like bugging Leslok's mind right now because he really wants to ask why we're about like, okay, so you fought Strand Espada? Are you fucking serious?
I mean, you could ask her, but that would probably, you
Not
might
right
want to
now.
wait for that to
Like-
be private later.
Another time.
Anyway, hey, we smash cut. We rotate away. Enos, you're in your
Yes.
office. You're up late. You're working by candlelight. There is an odd. Actually, you don't have to work by candlelight, but
Yes.
you might. I don't know.
I like the soft glow of light, but it's not necessary.
It's a mood
Yeah.
setter.
It makes
It
probably
is.
easier to read.
Nah, I got night vision, baby.
Depending on the kind of ink it used, it might. But I think white paper, black ink is still a pretty good contrast, even if you're seeing everything in like blue scale. There is an odd sounding knocking at your door. Like you're not. It sounds like somebody knocks on your door, but it sounds almost like they're not knocking with their hands. It's weird.
Inos, you will, put down his pen back up on the desk and open the door.
So standing outside your door is Agave Cheval. She is wearing she's probably dressed down like she was probably getting ready for bed, like, just like slacks and undershirt. She has a like traveling cloak thrown over. In one hand, it's in as a lantern, which the cloak is thrown over so nobody sees the light. You realize what the odd knocking was. She has her other hand drawn on her or set on her saber just in case, and you think she knocked with the pommel. Like just to be in case. And she kind of like glances up and down the hallway and she's just like, "Evening, Inos."
As well will, incline his head, in an inquisitive kind of manner, but, return the greedy, what is her proper appellation? I forget.
It would just be lady, I think.
It was just a Lady Cheval. No, I'll say Lady Agave. We're closer than that.
Yeah, okay. She kind of, glances up and down and, "I'd like to make a comment about you working so late, but we don't have time for that." She nods at you very solemnly and says, what Agave Cheval wants to say is basically, "Inos, I need you to be cool until I finish my sentence."
Okay.
But I don't know how she would phrase that, but that's the equivalent of what she would like to say. She's like,
Inos,
I have something important to tell you. I need you to hold on until I've said it all.
Yeah. Brace yourself and allow me to finish, maybe?
Inos, stops expression of concern, but, once again nods slowly.
All right. So she explains, "All right, I've been sent by," which she would phrase it as the Lord Cursor. "I've been sent by the Lord Cursor to fetch you. Young Lady Aurelia was injured in an unsanctioned duel with Paloma Espada. She is fine. I've been assured the doctor has been sent for her already. The issue is that it appears that Marquess Espada has already heard of this and is discussing the incident with the High King, as I believe several Espada no, she would say actually, yes. No, I thought about double taking that. No, she would specifically say Cavalier. She could have said that Chevalier's in the way, but no, she is not going to give them that grace."
No, not from Hell Cheval.
There were a number of Espada Cavaliers present as well who attempted to stop the duel and were stopped in turn by Miss... Oh, no, she would say it formally, Mistress Dejan. And she does say it that way because I actually thought of this earlier, like late last night or something. Moira doesn't have a chivalric title. She is not technically a knight. You can say dame as a courtesy because she is Aurelia's cavalier, but she is not actually part of an order.
Oh, okay.
She is just your fencing master.
Okay.
So yes, Mistress Dejan stopped them. They are being seen to by the royal physician in Espada's quarters. And so I've been sent to fetch you and ask you, where do you need to be right now? And she phrases it very particularly that way. Where do you need to be right now?
Inos is thinking furiously for a second, and the tension is rising, but because sorry, the way that like that has thrown me slightly for a loop. Because there's two places that Inos needs to be right now.
Classic. But yes, there's a reason why I wanted Agave to phrase it very, very particularly. Not where do you want to be right now. She's like, where do you need to get to right now?
I need to speak to Paloma and Estelle.
She nods firmly and says, then follow me. She'll gesture with her lantern hand.
Mm-hmm.
You also probably notice that on the opposite hip to her saber, she's wearing her cavalry pistol as well.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of pads along. All right. Anything you would say to Agave as you walk?
Inos would be interested in the situations, like, has the Marquess been informed? You know, like, does he know? Do we know any? What, like, does he know any? Does she know any particular details of what happened?
She would say that she is not familiar with the particulars. Alias has gone to go find out Aurelia's side of the story himself.
Mm.
She believes that that Marquess Logi specifically has been informed.
Okay. No.
She doesn't know about if anybody else in the house or any of the other houses know.
Okay.
Actually, no, yeah, she does leave that up. I won't make you roll for that. She specifically phrased that as anybody in the other houses. That makes you think that at least she didn't even speak to her own mother about this. So you don't know if Duchess Cheval knows yet either.
Okay.
Though Cheval is quartered at your citadel.
Okay.
I also appreciate that Inos doesn't at all ask questions about why she's like hand on sword ready to throw down.
No, Enos is actually going to, tentatively ask if he can count on her company for a little while.
This time she actually like, it's like a little bit of like a wan smile. Like, obviously this is not a situation to smile in, but she does, quirk a corner of her lip and says, "That's what I'm here for. I'm told to get you where you need to go."
After this situation is done, please remind me to give you and the Lord Cursor my personal thanks. I do believe that the Lord Marquess will have the situation with Aurelia in hand, but before what... Oh, how would Enos put this? Before things comes to light, I would like to try to find things out on a bit of a different angle. So, yes, Enos will...
That I think, Agave would say first that she's like, no need to thank me, but I'm sure the Lord Cursor will hear of it. But that's why you're needed. All right, this will be round number 1 of hearing checks. I would like Logesh Logi and Konrad Logi to be prepared to roll sense plus hearing. I need to double check though real quick because I'm pretty sure you get a penalty for being asleep unless you have Soldier's Rest, which is an advantage.
Aha! I don't.
You don't? Okay. I was a little curious. I'm gonna be like, you got it. That would actually have been super sick. I guess not. Egg on my face.
I wish I could high five you through the screen.
I actually freaking got it at
I don't know if he can do
Discord
Eerie
as well.
specifically.
Amazing delivery.
He's good at Eerie for extra detail, but I don't think actually you can do anything.
What level is
Eerie-able
Shadow of the
just
Soul
yet.
again? Or like what rank is it?
Oh no, it's like a 1 or 2. It's like
I
10
typed
feet.
it out. I'll be ready to post it when you give the go ahead.
Yeah,
Like, I imagine it would have to be like something intensity 5 or so up to actually reach wherever Konrad is. So
Yeah, 4 or 5. Yeah.
It's like 500. Maybe not. Maybe like 100 feet. It's big, but it's not that big. It doesn't matter right now.
Yeah.
We're step 1 checking, which is hearing. So there's advantages. Pretty sure it's alliterative and it's. Oh no, it's not that one. Which one is it? Now, there's one of these which is like you're ready to wake up. Am I crazy? I could have sworn that was a.
I vaguely remember it too, but it might be one of those things where it's not put in a... Hey, let me pull up.
Maybe it
thoughts.
wasn't an advantage because its shoulder slumber is you can fall asleep by making body plus vigor and sleep through everything. Like, is it
No.
a different one?
There was. Oh, I feel like there was something that was like a light sleeper or something.
Actually, is that what it's called? Is it just called light sleeper? Let me scroll back up to L. Literate, lucky, patron, linguist, leatherhard, language genius, last push. No. Fool, lucky.
Damn.
No, you're not gonna get connected to the internet. Stop. I can hear it.
It's very bad.
Loud. It's very loud. Yes.
It just sounds like a reminder, like, hey, you should roll your dice.
All right, I can't find it right now. We can probably look for it later. Like maybe it's an esoteric that I don't know. I think it's a 3 dice penalty on hearing if you're dead asleep.
Okay,
So
remove 3 dice.
if you remove 3 dice from your sense plus hearing pool, do you guys have dice left?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, roll them then.
Oh, okay, no. I found a soldier slumber, but that's just for like sleeping.
Hey!
Yeah, I'm gonna say. Son of a bitch. How does he do it?
Hey!
See, Konrad, at least I'm not that surprised. Okay, so, Logesh, Konrad, you guys are asleep in your quarters, which is in the same part of the keep as where Cressida's chambers are, but not right next to each other. You're kind of, all over the place. You guys are probably woken up relatively early in your sleep. If you're fully asleep at all, but I kind of imagine that Konrad, you've kind of described yourself as an early riser before, so I imagine that you probably go to bed pretty on time.
Yeah.
And Logesh may do similarly. So you guys are kind of roused from your early slumber by hearing a ruckus in the halls, which is, just to let everybody know what it is, which is Nicola arriving.
Yep. That
So
tracks.
Nicola with Huron, probably not making too much of a noise, but I can't imagine that Nicola is the quietest person either, jogging down the hallways to go to Cressida's room. So you guys are
I
woken
am
up by the
power
sound and
walking
can
like a
investigate at
motherfucker.
your leisure.
God damn it.
I can't wait for the moment where we're all like gathered up and it's gonna be like, hey,
Conrad's first
where's
words
Poochie? Okay, where's Inos?
are, that better not be Morphe.
Wait, hold on. Where is it?
I mean,
That's funny because it's technically true.
technically, but it's what you already
I got
have.
it.
It's what you're already stuck with.
What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
But I don't
Alright.
think a carriage arriving would necessarily trigger Conrad's.
Well, it's not just the carriage arriving. Like it's the carriage arrives. Nicola gets out in the inner bailey and like I said, not actually. I'll ask you, Nicola, how fast you moving through those halls?
Like I said, I'm not running or jogging because that's dangerous. And
He's
I'm
now
carrying
jogging.
sharp and pointy implements. No, I am power walking for all. I am channeling all of Huey Lewis and the News into
Only
my
do-
body and power walking like a motherfucker.
It's only dangerous
yeah,
if you
if-
don't have the run skill.
I don't have the run skill.
If Konrad hears a late arrival and you look at it or listen closer, you can hear someone walking rapidly. If you go to open a window or open your door to check, you discover that it is Nicola, not running but hustling in the middle of the night.
If Nicola is rushed for any particular reason, yes, Logesh will get off his ass and follow after.
All right.
Conrad will start getting dressed.
All right. Konrad gets kitted up, puts his boots on. All right. So,
His magical
step
boots.
2. Aurelio room. I don't even know why. I once again don't need to carry water. You, Nicola, are you a knocking man?
Okay, so
Or are you-
Huron
just-
had Huron mentioned that people knew, or did I even ask that? I don't think I asked that.
I don't think you asked that. But also, Huron was sent out first, so he would know how many people know. I think he would just be like, "Here."
Nicola is not a knocking man, but he will announce himself before he tries to enter. And he will
would just be
announce
like,
himself
"Nicola
to Lady
entering."
No, he will actually say he will call out teacher to Lady Cressida, and it's basically like Lady Cressida, teacher, I've arrived. Coming in.
All right. So, Nicola, you open the door. What you find is a scene previously described. Aurelia on the bed, stabbed in her shoulder. Cressida is there, boiling water, cleaning bandages. Next to her, Paz Oro, looking very sad, slightly less sad. She's been getting over it.
I wish someone asked
Standing
how
up
she was
because
doing,
he stood
but
up from his
no.
chair.
Sorry, this is Lucky being slightly miffed. No one has checked on Paz to make sure she's doing okay as she's been crying in the corner.
I'm going to go over to Aurelia. I am
Hold on, let me
going
finish
to-
that. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I heard what Lucky said, but yes. I think the main thing why no one's checked on, well, no one in the player cares to check on Paz is because Leslok has been thinking about his sister getting stabbed, and then the Crown Prince was like, "Hello, it's me."
The Crown Prince.
But hey, Nicola, yes. So in the room, also standing up because he explicitly stood up from his chair, is Leslok talking with the Lord Cursor.
Cool, don't care.
Also present is Moira and Everhelm.
Also cool, don't care. No, like, not to be mean. I'm here for a job.
All right. Nicola kind of like, you take it in, you nod, you go through. Huron kind of like, pushes you along.
Yeah, no, I'm going
And
to
then
go immediately
all three
over
of
to
you
Aurelia.
Are, no, all two of you in the player characters are bamboozled because also in the doorway behind, I presume. Actually, no, I don't presume. I'm enforcing it. He said he was following Nicola. Is Logesh is there in the doorway.
Surprise.
Logesh, you see the room. Everybody else, you see Logesh.
And he
Not me,
looks at me.
I don't see Logesh. He is
Actually,
behind
true,
me.
yes. True.
I do not care.
I will not make you roll anything to observe it. I will just tell you. Aurelia has a single killing in torso
Okay.
because that is how stop thrust works.
There's a
All
however,
damage
though.
inflicted to one single
So
killing.
I'm going to immediately assess the wound with my eyes and make sure she's not in mortal danger. And when I've realized that,
She is not in mortal danger. You without knowing the exact detail of the injury, you do realize, there's a sword tip in there.
that's fine. I realize she's not in mortal danger, though, which is the important part.
The important bit.
I'm going to give her a very ginger. She's stabbed on her right side, right?
Left.
Okay, then I'm going to give her a very ginger one-armed hug on her right side, and give her a kiss on the forehead, saying, "Thank God you're okay."
That's what they keep telling me.
I will also go over to Paz because I was not informed if she was injured or not, so I was kind of worried about that, and give her a hug, and then I will immediately start doing healing checks.
All right. So Nicola's busy. Leslok, Logesh, you're now in the scene though. So how do you guys feel about that?
Logesh will do the polite thing and just go find someone who isn't engaged at the moment in the room and whisper, "What happened?"
So you talk to Moira.
You find Moira.
Or, I guess, yeah.
Yes. Moira's version of the story is much more compact than Aurelia's.
Yeah, I
Aurelia
imagine so.
got in a fight with Paloma Espada about Paz Oro. She snuck out. Moira thought that was okay. What Moira didn't think was okay was that 6 Espada Cavaliers plus the other Espada siblings showed up. So, what verb would Moira use? Thrashed, I think. She thrashed him. Gave him a good thrashing.
Give him a crumpin'.
Yeah. But then Marquess Espada showed up, and so she crossed swords with him. It sounded like a good idea at the time. But then Aurelia got stabbed, so Paloma gave up, and everybody went home, and now we're here.
The peak of combat
I'll
happened for
crump
like
with you, sweetie poo.
the peak of combat happened for like a minute there.
No. Okay. First off, good work. Secondly, How badly is she injured?
Moira rotate to Nicola.
What? God damn it! Why am I in a mood today? I'm just giggling at everything.
That was funny. I snuggles.
If this was like an internet video, I would play the stone sliding sound effect as she just turns.
Frankly, a lot less injured than most of the times I've had to patch you and Konrad up. And I'm not just talking about the incident. I'm talking about all the times.
I don't. It's a shame we probably don't have the thumbs up in this universe, because I'm just imagining Aurelia doing a thumbs up from the bed and saying, "That's another win for me."
Yeah. So to be fair to Konrad, he did take on about a dozen people unarmored for some reason.
Truly his
We're doing
win
this to
moment.
everyone, huh?
I mean, I feel like
Nicola is flustered and has no filter right now. You can ask him the secrets of the kingdom; he will tell you right now.
By the way, actually, I think that's what Konrad says as you were in the doorway, because I didn't have a chance to say that Hiran, pulled the door shut yet. So I think Konrad just showed up in the doorway when Nicola said
Okay,
that.
what Nicola said is like, Leslok could have heard that. I
He
didn't hear
basically
it.
said that, like, oh, you're doing better than Konrad, but he fought like a dozen guys unarmored for some reason.
And then Konrad's like,
That's
huh?
very vague. That's not specific. He didn't say where that fight.
Tell him my secrets, then.
Sorry, forgot we were in mixed
What are my
company.
plans?
Thought your plans.
I think Hiran just rolls his eyes and just, like, moves
Nicola
just for Konrad to come in and closes the door.
Nicola is very spiritually Krillin.
We have so many people fucking crammed in here.
I guess someone missing right now is Inos and Lady Wayne.
Close.
Don't worry about that.
Serb scene.
Wait, you said her name?
Alias just says when you say Inos is not here, is just like, don't worry about that. Lady White does not appear because there are too many people.
Also, he doesn't know she is involved, so he does not say that.
Yeah, also, I don't know if Aurelia knows that Lady White was involved, because she appeared when, at the end there.
I don't know if Moira knows Lady White was involved.
Oh, I know.
Oh, fair enough. Well, Nicola also wouldn't have said anything, because, I said, he's shutting up now and focusing on the poor baby.
I mean, I will say this. You do know, because it's come up in a couple of conversations, that in return for, the friendship and concessions that Lady Cressida gives her, Lady White is supposed to look out for Aurelia. It's like being a fairy godmother, but not.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Hey, I think we got a way better deal than that poor lady in House
Freddy.
House Freddy, because at least Lady White is not involved in fairy politics anymore.
Okay. Logesh, will hold my tongue, other than just also saying, I am glad that nothing grievous happened to you. To Aurelia. Okay,
So that means it's up. That means it's up to Inos to go. That was pretty dumb, Aurelia.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. I think.
Hold on.
I mean, Inos should still say that to her.
Yeah.
How
did it say that?
Leslok kind of implied it, but he didn't want to say that part outright.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's all like
he's too busy talking himself down from having a heart attack.
Nicola is going to say something out loud. He is going to say, "All right, Aurelia, next time you have an illegal duel, call me, so you have medical staff on hand."
Illegal
hold
duel.
on. But so I'm not sure if it was picked up, but I did say as Logesh that I will hold my tongue, but I'm glad that she's safe. He still wants to say something, but not right now.
Close the door.
Yeah.
Lock it, please.
No. Hiran already closed the door, got Konrad in.
Was it important, Aurelia?
I think Aurelia just glances at Paz Oro, glances at her shoulder and glances back. Well, it felt pretty important at the time.
All right.
Paz seems further embarrassed. She is no longer on the verge of tears, though, because Nicola's here. He's got this.
Okay. Yeah. I guess at this point, Logesh will probably step forward and try to comfort Paz because it seems like no one else is comforting her.
Hey,
Well,
I give her
Nicola's
a hug.
working. Yeah.
But I
Paz
currently have
would
to-
be like, once again, there's a lot of NPCs in the scene. Paz is basically tries to be like, oh no, don't worry about me. I'm fine. It's just a little bit of a blush, kind of like wringing your hands a little, and she's just like, I'm very sorry to have caused so much trouble on my account. And then Aurelia would be like, no, don't, tries to sit up. Nicola just, hand leaned down, and she's just like, don't do that.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have to cut open your shoulder a bit.
Addressing Paz, Oro, do you require an escort back to your family's lodgings?
Maybe. God, the timing is. I got to do it for the comedic timing. At this point, the door sweeps open because Huron didn't bolt it yet. We're just Baron Oro is here, and he's like, "My goodness!" Sweeps in, grabs Paz. My beautiful desert flower, you are all right. Behind him, slightly. Actually, no, not bleary-eyed at all. It's the two rear mouse siblings. It's Noctiluca and Vauclin, who are fully kitted at this hour.
I think you did mention it in the story that they're night owls.
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it before. Their house's special hat is night patrols and night raids. So no, they were up, so they just threw their gear on and came in. She's like, my beautiful, sweeps up Paz. My beautiful desert flower, you all right? Kiss cheek. Put her down. Lady Aurelia, thank you so much. He probably tries to go in for to pull her up in a hug and kiss her cheeks, and Nicola and Cressida have to be like, no, stop that.
Hold on, wait, oh god.
He's just like, I've heard tell of the thing you have done for my family. A thousand thank yous. Do not worry, everything will be perfectly all right. Everything will be perfectly all right. Won't it, Marquess? Rotate to Leslok.
Okay.
Yeah, there are now probably too many people in this room by now.
I think it's of course. Also, I think half of us should leave this room right now. I think there's too many.
How rude.
Your study, perhaps?
Yes.
Marquis, Leslok, I think that should include yourself. Lady Cressida,
yes, of course.
Baron Oro, if you wouldn't mind if Paz could stay to help me with some things.
Yeah, Logesh will take this as his cue to leave, even though he just arrived, because I am not essential to the scene.
Look, I should come with me.
Yeah. So I think you guys are gonna whip on out of there. Where, Leslok, you would probably be setting the tone of this. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go back to your study first, or are we going somewhere else with the gang?
Can't get another room. It's probably just another room. We can another room. We can just do this quiet.
Oh yeah. You can go to your study at this hour. It's connected to your quarters.
Let's do that.
It'd be big enough.
Yeah.
All right. So let me do some mental math real quick. So you go back to the Marquess of Storters. That means you've got Leslok, Everhelm, Konrad, and Logesh, unless Konrad wants to go somewhere else right now.
Brother, you need me
Baron
here
Oro.
for this?
It was regular. You, Leslok?
Brother.
Do what you wish.
What a non-answer.
Okay.
Target special. Ow.
No, I do not.
All right. Konrad goes back to his room.
Oh. Anything particular while you're there? Or is he gonna call it a night,
I mean, pretty much. He was told that he wasn't needed, so.
I'll just love it. Just love it.
I mean, it felt a little dismissive.
It was very dismissive.
I feel like actually we're trying to give an open door for if Aren wanted to do something on his own to let him go off on his own, but I don't actually think Konrad has any crazy goals right this second.
Nope.
No, I've come with. Just this is the weird thing of Axe feels like Aren should be here, so he actually is part of this.
I mean, don't you want the counsel of your brother in this situation as well?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking of being I just need to have
I mean, all right, I'll come along.
All right, then. Thank you.
Everyone's counsel is important. All right, okay. I'm going to leave you guys off for a second. I'll go back to Inos and Agave.
I was going to say, because Konrad and Logesh are probably the one who knows the most about like dueling and the repercussions and fallout for all this stuff that might happen right now.
Yeah, the
You're
legal
right.
ramifications of an unsanctioned duel.
Yeah.
You can roll. Do I want you? Yeah, no, of course I want you to roll. You can roll student law right now, Logesh, if you like.
They also have the closest relationship with House Espada.
Hey, Konrad also got all the information he needed. Was it important?
No, I do like that. That's great. And like I said, like
No,
Aurelia,
I'm super glad you asked that. I was gonna ask that myself.
Aurelia's like you can. I think Konrad can tell that Aurelia had to think about it, but she definitely weighs on the line of it seemed important at the time.
Oh god, I'm drowning in my job. I only could think about the stuff on my level of shit.
Yeah, no, like I'll talk about it now. Inos was gonna, was actually gonna ask, Aurelia, like, did she win? Like how does she feel? Talk to Paz and basically tell her like you were stupid, but you did a stupid thing for a good reason, and you should be proud of that.
Yeah, no, I like Logi shouldn't say it, but it's good that Konrad said it.
Yeah,
because that feels very on brand for Konrad to say was it important.
That stuff I think just went by me because I was more thinking of being like, how do I handle this right now? How do I handle this in a way that is actually?
I think that makes sense in character. Like Leslok, for the people at home, Leslok likes to spend time with his family and his friends and stuff. Like it is a big deal to him. But usually you spend downtime with them. When you are in crisis mode, you are usually like, oh shit, I'm the Marquess. Oh shit, let me put my hat on. I got. I'm
a very important person with lots of responsibilities
and a very big hat.
Yeah. So we do go to Inos and Agave. You guys are going through your way. Enos, are you trying to be particularly sneaky inside your own house, even if it is the guest wing, or okay? All right. So you're just trying to act like you own the place, which is kind of true.
No, I won't do it. I won't do it right now. I'll wait for it.
Okay. So you guys pop on over to the section of your guest quarters, which is currently held by House Hotroy, because you're specifically going to where Paloma is, which is supposed to be where Estelle is. At the door are probably a pair of normal, third company. I think it's third or fourth for Estelle. No, it's fourth for Estelle.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth company blood shields, kind of standing at the door, and Enos, if you I don't want to steal your thunder. If you wish to say anything, you can introduce yourself first. Otherwise, Agave is there to make a move.
I'll let Agave make a move at this point. I think it's important that I don't try to be too. It's like I'm supposed to be here, but I'm not trying to throw my authority around at the moment.
Agave, I think, just kind of like actually, rolls, her cloak back for her lantern and is like, Master Enos, calling on the princess. Please tell her we're here. She specifically says we're here.
Mm-hmm.
These guys kind of look at each other and they're like, Agave just, puts one hand on her belt to just be like, do not fuck with me. I think it would be it would be Estelle's voice from inside. She says, let him pass. And so you are let in.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in one of the guest rooms. So in the room, there's actually 3 people because Estelle is there. She's kind of she's probably sitting in like a reclining chair. Pacing around the room is Paloma, clearly like, thinking about her life kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
when you have to get up and walk. Also present in the room is Ainara Espada. You didn't know that, but I mentioned it earlier that she'd gone off with them. She's kind of, I'm imagining her doing the fucking reverse chair, like she spun around like a normal sitting chair and is sitting on it backwards, just like leaning over it. Her like sword belt is off and like sitting on a table nearby. She's not really like thinking about her life. Go ahead and roll empathy for me, actually, Inos.
I was actually
That sounds
gonna
like
ask,
a great idea right now.
I was actually gonna get the read on all of them. If it was okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll empathy. Actually, let me see if I can give away more.
Let me see here.
Like I said, I think Paloma like pacing back and forth, being kind of like sevens. Yeah.
Sevens.
All right. Nobody in this moment is gonna attempt to lie to hide their feelings. Paloma is. Well, she's really a mess of emotions right now. Her primary emotions are kind of like I didn't even want to say second, like a couple layers of embarrassment. She is embarrassed that she quote unquote lost. She is embarrassed that her family lost, but also she seems kind of embarrassed that she's realized after the fact she's kind of embarrassed she's in this fucking situation, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is,
Unbecoming.
House of Spada are known for their kind of like, they are kind of, the sanguine house, the hot-blooded, guys. They're all about the, sword and stuff. So like her getting into an unsanctioned duel, very Espada, but also kind of dumb because she's, Cavalier to the Third Princess. She's got, 2 older siblings. She's a guest here kind of a thing. So she's like dealing with a lot of that. But also you do detect from Paloma an undertone of like, genuine concern. This is the thing I brought up in the fiction that I think Inos might realize now. Yeah, no, Paloma Espada's never stabbed anybody before.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
She's been in a lot of fights, but mostly spars, tournaments, practice bouts. Like, she's trained seriously, but she's never actually, like, intentionally hit somebody with live steel. She's probably caused some accidental injuries, some light cuts or stabs or stuff, but she's never been in a fight where she has been called upon to draw blood. So she is like dealing with a lot of stuff right now. And the only way she can do that is kind of pacing back and forth. Ainara Espada is not really contrite. Embarrassed is not really the right word.
Thoughtful?
She seems mostly... What was that?
I was about to say thoughtful.
Yes, she is like concerned for her sister because she has never seen Paloma like this. She might be, concerned for Aurelia in the background because, I actually don't know. I don't know if Inos spent a lot of time with her after she stabbed Logesh, but I think you could have gotten the impression earlier that she didn't feel great about that. I've mentioned out of character that like literally when I brought her stat block up to date for Summer Court, she added a couple of dice in healing, and she took a couple in the Celticy bodywork tree as a direct result of that. Like she hurt somebody who she considered a friend, and that other people consider a romantic suitor for her. He considers himself a suitor, kind of a thing. Like, and was like, no, that's not. Hold on, that's not great. That wasn't great of me. So, like, she is probably a little concerned about, how Paloma feels about stabbing Aurelia. You're not sure how she feels about Aurelia's well-being overall, probably without asking her. But there's also a weird kind of, like, undercurrent. Like, you see her sitting there, like, tapping her foot. Like, she missed out on a cool fight. Like, she got taken apart by Moira fast without even needing to like hit her with a sword, and she's just like, I don't know how to feel about that. Probably without needing to roll anything to observe, by the way. You can notice that Ainara's a little scuffed, like her belt and like her shirt collar and stuff are like pulled out, like her shirt's like half pulled untucked and shit, right? Like she's clearly like scuffed, like her like pants, knees, and stuff, and elbows have been like rubbed against the pavers or something, right? Paloma has a small but noticeable like bruise on her cheek, and other signs of being kerfuffled. Estelle is, I said before, nobody is rolling lie to try and hide their emotions. So Estelle is putting forward, I think, kind of like a neutral, concerned face. Like, she is appearing politely concerned over whatever is bothering Paloma. not a feeling too emotional one way or the other. But Inos, you can tell you spent a lot of time with her. She is worried, but you could honestly, and this is probably a good reason why you two are both friends and have a romantic entanglement. Estelle right now is worried about the macro.
Mm-hmm.
This is her knight, her cousin, but also her personal champion, has been involved in a kerfuffle, which involved drawn blood with one of the members of the house where she is a guest. Even if she was, not a royal family member, that's pretty bad. But also, she doesn't really know like where this is gonna go from here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the situation you, Enos, find yourself in.
All right. So, first things first, Enos is going to go in, put his hand on his hips and just go, well. Wait, how does he phrase this?
If you were a different character, I would say, isn't this a fine kettle of fish?
And it's like,
sorry, I thought of a
no.
dumb Iron Demon version of that. Isn't this a fine barrel of hammers?
It's like, me and all these lovely ladies together in one room in the middle of the night. How salacious. I would like to roll my skill to change the mood of the room.
Okay, go for it.
To make everything a bit more relaxed, break the tension.
Oh, loads of them. Sixes? At least, yeah.
Yes, sixes.
What's your highest? All right, okay. What would you like the mood to be? I think I can tell, but,
To be more relaxed. Let everyone calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I think, everybody kind of like, not quite like raises their hackles, but like everybody kind of tenses up when when Estelle has you let in, you crack a joke, and then they're kind of like relax a little. I feel like Ainara probably says something under her breath, which is like, finally, someone has a sense of humor here. Agave Cheval, as usual, just says, Enos, if I didn't just say I was honor bound to escort you, I might have to hit you.
Well, you can do that in the morning. Right now, we have...
Pop-up Agave Cheval will remember this.
It's like...
The bright side, you can never get lower than me.
Well, like I said, Enos is doing the thing where he is intentionally playing the fool.
It is actually, like, that is literally the whole point of that esoteric.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, but right now...
It's to solve.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right now, there has been an incident, as I'm sure all of us here well know. I can at least say, like, I do not know the particulars myself. I was summoned from my chambers, and instead of rushing to the side of the other party, although I am concerned about them, I decided to come here. From what I can tell, that Aurelia is either fine or is going to be fine. So if you're concerned about her, please pass that word from. There is a bit of another concern, though, and for that I may need a bit of your assistance. Inos will turn to Paloma and, ask, very politely and, without, any, particular, emotion, is like, Lady Paloma, could you please, in your words, he kind of looks left and right to, Ainara and Estelle. It's like, tell me what happened this night, and tell me how it came to be.
Paloma has to kind of stand there with that one for a minute. You see her kind of stand still, kind of tap her leg a little with an absent hand, and kind of do a lot of push her lips in and out, work her jaw kind of a thing. And she just says, and it's actually, Ainara kind of without standing up, just kind of looks over at her and speaks. Go on, little bird, telling your side of the story. And she kind of like takes a deep breath and says, she kind of like stops, thinks about it, and says, well, I have lost, so I must admit that this morning, in passing, I did insult the Lady Paz Oro within Miss Aurelia's. No, she would actually phrase it as Lady Aurelia now. She has a lot of respect.
Mhm.
Within Lady Aurelia's earshot. She asked me if I would retract. I, of course, said no. Again, I'll let your empathy go with that, Inos. She
Really wish
she
you
says,
said.
of course, is kind of like that, like, of course, I, a dumbass, said no. She could have just been like, whatever, I take it back. But she was like, I, of course, said no. So Lady Aurelia issued me a challenge. Of course, I accepted. Swords. She specified midnight on the outer bailey walls. Paloma gestures vaguely to the nearby wall of the keep. And then says, that says, both of us not wishing to. It sounds silly when I say it now, but not wishing to make it an incident, we forwent seconds and witnesses. Only Paz Oro was to be present. However, she pauses. She rotates to look meaningfully at Ainara. However, there were others there. Ainara looks not concerned, but kind of like raises her eyebrows and she's like, she says, he asked for your words, not mine. I'm sure it will be my turn in a second.
It will.
Yeah, Paloma kind of like
You're not escaping
deep
this.
breath, deep breath, and rotates back to Inos and says, we were interrupted. My brother and sister came. My brother Rodrigo said that we should give it up. Of course, both of us refused. At which point...
Enos sighs at that.
Yeah, you sigh. Yeah, you're like... At which point, several House Espada Cavaliers came out to physically separate us, I guess. I'm not actually sure what their plan was because... Sorry, I often try to think about... I have a lot of NPCs, so I spin a lot of plates in my head. I often think about how characters would form a dress because it's very important. Paloma specifically does say Dame Moira, even though, as I mentioned before, Moira is not technically a knight, but you can use Dame as a courtesy title because she is a cavalier. Mm-hmm. She specifically phrases it as Dame Moira. Appeared, because I'm sure she was watching the entire time as well. Disabled all of the cavaliers, both of my siblings. I know, just kind of like puts her hands up like, And then father was there. I do not know why he was, but Dame Moira, Inos, do you know what striking the stones is? I feel like Agave kind of scoffs behind you.
It's like, I've never seen it, but I've heard Reese Gould speak about it. It's basically a come on and fight me gesture from Espada.
Yes, it's more popular when in the south with longsword cultures because you can't strike the stones on the ground with a short sword. But yes, Miss Moira did that, and my father is a very reasonable man, but he, as many people does, has his pride. I am quite sure that seeing two of his beloved children, glance at Ainara, on the floor, and then a casual threat display, they fought. I believe it, and we can call that one a draw, as she gets, for the first time ever, I think, actually, you see Paloma Espada blush a little bit. She kind of says it all in a rush, and it's basically like, Lady Aurelia threw her sword to Moira, and it was her guard sword. She needed that one, so I stabbed her. Only a little bit. But then she and now this is like you know, so you can tell like all of it's hitting Paloma at once. God, she curses in the Celtic dialect, like scuffs her, but she broke my rapier. She glances slightly annoyed at you. What were you gonna say?
Was this her brand new one?
Yes, this is she didn't. This was a live steel blade, so Konrad broke her blunted weapon at tournament. But yeah, this is her. Actually, no, I just realized. Yeah, she doesn't have a sword on her right now. She is still wearing her adamantine knuckle knives, like her glove and shoulder blades, the black hand.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she did not get a brand new adamantine rapier yet. So this was her actual like preferred sword. So different than the one Konrad broke, but yes, she's like, she broke my sword again. Kind of like I said, glasses up at you, like, again, a little annoyed, like, with sorcery. Then I was forced to concede. She kind of says that, like, not at Inos, but to the room. Like she's stating like she's trying to reinforce a fact. I was forced to concede. I did not have my weapon. I was forced to concede.
Mm-hmm. Inos, kind of quirks a small smile. It's like, broke the sword again, eh? She's been favoring that trick. Do you still have the?
She kind of like flexes her left hand.
Do you still have the broken blade?
She kind of like pauses and it like looks around and she's like, Paloma actually like reaches into her like into her belt and pulls out the hilt.
Mm.
I have the handle. The bits of blade are probably scattered all over the parapet. She actually pauses and like glances at the sword hilt. I do not claim to be an expert in sorcery, but also, I do not know how to say this without being rude. Lady Aurelia may still have a piece of the blade in her possession, shall we say.
Yes, I imagine so. I'm pretty sure I'll hear all about it from Nicola in the morning. Let's see here. Hang on, let me double check something here real quick.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
I think you don't actually need the fragments, you just need the material.
Yeah,
if you're thinking about Mend the Soul.
I am. Yeah, I don't need like the actual thing, but I do need a piece of steel here. You know what? I think I know what I'll do. Inos will, be like, "May I?" and hold his hand out for the sword.
Yeah, Inara has no reason to hold this. She will hand you the hilt.
Yeah. Inos will, reach into a boot and pull out a knife, and he's going to sacrifice the knife to cast Mend the Soul.
All right, go for it.
A knife.
While you're casting, Inara would say that she also has, she picked up Moira's other blade, because if you recall from the narrative, she disarmed but dropped her second short sword, which is why Aurelia had to throw her.
Yes. But that'll be 2 10s. So Inos will basically, magic the blade whole again.
I think the steel of the knife you pull out of your boot just like almost like turns like liquid or like sand and flows to the tip of the rapier and builds it back to the point, like you're watching it be 3D printed.
Yeah.
Just like. Zhwing.
And then Inos will turn to Paloma and was like, "You are the cavalier to the third princess. You can't go and be running around with a busted sword now." And he'll return, the sword to her.
Hey, remember how we talked before about, like, I was trying to find the right word for Aurelia's mood and talked about her being contrite? Paloma Espada seems very contrite when you hand it back to her properly. She'd, like, gingerly takes it and, very carefully sheathes it again and, like, kind of, like, again, probably looks the most embarrassed you've ever seen her. Like, Paloma is... I'll say this, Inos. Out of the 3 siblings, Paloma is probably the most serious. She is the most affixed, right? Like, she is the one who's basically had her whole life, plotted out for her, right? She's never had to figure out what the fuck she's doing. This may be the first time in her life she's ever gone, holy shit, what the fuck am I doing?
But with that, Inos will turn to Ainara and be like, Lady Espada. And so like, I am pretty sure that I can guess you in Sir Rodrigo's involvement in the matter. Much like how... No, Inos will call her Lady Mora. Lady Mora was there that night. You were there to watch two fools do something foolish and make sure no one got hurt. Correct?
She kind of nods along and says, yes. When Paloma kind of glances over, she glances back and says, I don't know what you're thinking, little bird. We were right there. I did not hear exactly what you and Lady Aurelia said to each other, but she gestures at herself.
Mm-hmm. And so like, and Inos nods to that. And at least on my part, Lady Paloma, I do not find the issue of you having an illegal duel to be, how would he put that mortifying. Sometimes people must fight things out. It is how it is. But what concerns me more right now is, in addition to Ainara and Rodrigo Espada showing up to this, is that you had half a dozen others and your father show up as well. Like, forgive me if I am misunderstanding, but do you need that many people to stop an illegal duel? And on a further point, if you wish to stop an illegal duel, why didn't you do so earlier, before the duels happened?
Yeah, Ainara kind of, is standing there rubbing her chin, and she's like, no, you are correct. I shall tell you the story from my perspective. Rodrigo and I, for once in our lives, came to the same conclusion, which was that we should at least observe and perhaps stop if things got too serious. She does kind of like bow a little to Inos and say, if you have an opportunity, please communicate to the Lady Aurelia my utmost apologies. I'm going to be honest, I thought it may have been a little bit of a one-sided fight. I will not make that error again. But if things are as they were. But as we were waiting in the tower stairs, that pack of cavaliers led by Jensaya, Rodrigo's second, his shadow, she came up. She said that they had seen us leave and wished to know what we were going on about. She kind of like, she gives a gesture of frustration. I'm not sure exactly what it would be, like, maybe punch her glove or something, or kind of like, wrings her hands, and she's like, and of course, Rodrigo picked that time to be earnest. He said that, there was something going on upstairs, and the Cavaliers said that, well, if there was a match, we should stop it. There were a dozen of them, so I think Rodrigo was concerned they would press the issue without us. So we went up to try and talk things down. Of course, as she says, gestures to Paloma, they did not wish to quit. Then that batch of Cavaliers decided to break it off. Miss Moira did probably her duty to tell them to not do it. I admit it was selfishness on my part for Gerard. I wanted to see how good she was. She's pretty good.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I don't think anybody's described exactly what happened to you. So Ainara explains that she defeated Rodrigo with basically just her coat.
It was
She defeated Rodrigo Espada with just her coat.
It wasn't Ocelot.
Yes, thank you, Lucky.
Rico got ocelotted for it. Like, yeah, I'm not sure how most people would feel.
But as for what my father was doing there, I cannot be sure. Would I?
He
No, I
probably
think this
saw
is a private moment.
his kids and like several people leaving. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Well, maybe that.
All right.
But actually,
All right.
at
If
this
it was
point,
just one of us, This
Estelle
is one of
speaks up.
them.
Oh,
Estelle says, I may have some input on that matter. Paloma dear, you said you were going out for a walk, but when the midnight bell was called, I was curious where you'd gone to. I happened upon Nuncle in the halls and asked him if he would check in, if he knew where you were. He said that he did not, but that he knew. No, yeah, she would say it as this, but that actually no, she would say that he thought, but he thought that Ainara and Rodrigo were looking for you. He said that he would go out and find one of you utmost. When for another 5 minutes he did not return, I asked Mother to escort me to go out and find what happened, whereupon, she turns to you, Inos, and says, that is when I entered the scene at the very end.
funnily enough, Inos is, thinking as he's trying to extrapolate Aurelia's and Mora's actions from this side. Because while Lucky has read the story, Inos does not have the full thing, so he's trying to piece it all together.
I mean, if you want to ask how the fight went, you can say to Ainara. Ainara's not embarrassed to admit that she got her clock cleaned basically. Mora defeated Rodrigo by throwing a jacket over his head and kicking to the ground. And then when she tried to get a piece of that action, yeah, like I said earlier, I described it as she basically got judo thrown on top of him. And Ainara's and of course that didn't go well for either of us.
No. Inos
so,
at this point will ask for details of the fight from Aurelia's side and for Aurelia and Mora, so Inos can try to maybe extrapolate why they were doing the things they did.
Well, yeah. Either Ainara or maybe even Estelle would give you she would say that first of all, if you want to check on them yourself, that the royal physician should be and Rodrigo should be with the Cavaliers. Ainara is pretty sure that mostly it was just, bruises, maybe cracked bones.
Mm-hmm.
There was one Cavalier who did get cut at the wrist, the upper arm, which can be a pretty serious injury. Ainara would probably go normally we don't hold those things against fencers because when you're fighting with an edged blade, that sort of thing happens. But in the heat of the moment, she kind of shrugs her shoulders. I try not to read too far into my father's motivations. He is a very stern and astute man.
Passionate. Oh.
But no, she does not phrase it as passionate. This is a fun fact. The Marquess of Spada's years of passion are behind him. He tries to be, more cool and collected, more relaxed. So she says, if you're wondering, Inos, did my father arrange for 6 Cavaliers to happen upon us in the evening? I could not say. I would tell you to ask him, but I do not know his mood. If he finds it insulted, he may respond in the way that our house normally does. He is capable of it, to be sure. Why he decided to fight Moira Dichen? Well, I mean, to put it simply, she did kind of beat us up. Not seriously, but if you were a father and you saw your children be thrown around like rag dolls. Like I said, Ainara has no shame in getting her ass kicked. She's like, yeah, I got my ass kicked. That was cool. I got to try that shit again.
Against the Moira Two Swords?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
you may want Rodrigo's opinion on that, but she's like, and then to be challenged, in front of his children, in front of his vassals. Like I said, my father tries to keep himself very calm and serious, but well, I can tell you, if Moira tried that on me, I would of course have to draw on her.
God damn it, sorry.
It's well, I think I can understand. But I do think you should probably have your house consider this. Not 3 years ago, just 3 years ago, our house had its founding members murdered by a bunch of people in the dark. And now we are here in a situation where our third in line was, I will not say set upon or accosted, but by half a dozen people in the dark. I do not think that the Marquess is particularly keen on starting anything, as it were. As much as he loves adventure, and excitement, he does love peace most of all. So I do think that, how would I say this, at the high level, he will try to keep this contained and settled, and so nothing comes of it. But aside from that, I cannot speak for which the emotions that everyone else will be going through knowing about this.
Paloma looks kind of sheepish, but Ainara feels like she kind of like takes it more in stride and nods and kind of says, "No, you are correct. This is not a good appearance. And that is why I think my father's actions are the most confused. He is usually the most concerned with appearance.
And so,
I mean, you've met my brother. That's kind of his thing. He not caring about appearances. But she kind of pauses and kind of like, again, rubs her chin a little and says, well, I mean, I think the only thing we can do is probably, well, we do not necessarily have to do anything. But if you feel like speaking to the Marquess about it, you should. Because the Marquess, Logi, should speak to the High King about it. She kind of glances at Estelle. I am quite certain that the High King also would not want this to go too much further, as it were. I will say that as you have said it, I understand. She kind of like pauses actually and like works her mouth a little. Ainara spotted us and says, ugh, the words feel wrong in my mouth somehow, but I will say it as I thought it. I understand your house's position. And personally, I regret the circumstances of this situation, if not necessarily any of the parts of it. She kind of glances over at Paloma, and Paloma, nods and says, she kind of, again, very matter-of-factly says, I have lost. I must apologize to Lady Aurelia and Lady Paz and retract my comments.
And it's like, well, I do believe that is the matter. Then, I will deliver such words to the Marquess and advise him in matters. Is there anything that you would like to ask of me before I go?
The two Espadas kind of look at each other, kind of like, yeah. But Estelle will actually kind of, like I said, stand from where she's been sitting on her bed and says, not so much in particular, Inos, but she kind of pauses for a second, purses her lip and says, I definitely understand everyone's concern, but she kind of wrings her hands and says, no, I don't want to say that I would like you to ask the Marquess to be cautious. Like you said, his Lord Logi will be not eager to make a situation of it. And I shouldn't ask you to err on affecting his emotions. It wouldn't work in any house. But just... She kind of pauses and says... Glances around the room, realizes that, she's in private and probably the most, who's going to say shit. And she's just like, the situation's very unfortunate. It's a little embarrassing to everybody.
But no one's dead. Or even permanently maimed.
She kind of like, it's probably, again, more of like a sad smile, but, she kind of curls her lips. I would personally prefer if it does not become a public issue, but I understand that that is going to be up to my father and the injured parties on account of the lords. I think that the matter with Moira defending Aurelia can be smoothed over, and hopefully the injuries of the Espada are not too severe. The matter of the duel is, well, it's unfortunate. It's unsanctioned. She kind of like, taps Paloma on the the upper arm and says, "It's not the sort of thing that a princess's cavalier should be doing. At least not without telling her princess first."
Me and Estelle are on the same fucking wavelength. I'm just like, if you're gonna do this shit, tell somebody.
She kind of like glances back at Inos and like I think takes like Einara and Agave in the view as well and says, it's supposed to be the purpose of having having 2 seconds involved, that all the seconds are supposed to discuss the matter and make sure that it cannot possibly be resolved in any other way. Paloma again looks kind of, contrite.
Mm-hmm.
Says like, that I'm sure will be a matter of fines and whatever other punishments we wish to dole out. So as you say, I do not think it has to be serious, but yes, I
will endeavor to make sure that this stays in the shadows as much as possible. I will counsel the Marquess that we shall take this no further than it needs to be, and the matter should not be spoken of to anyone who does not need to know.
kind of nods. Actually, no, she bows a little to Enos and says, "Thank you very much, Master Enos." She pauses and then goes, "Oh, good lord. Lady Cheval, does the Duchess..." Agave just kind of rolls a shoulder. "I do not know if my mother knows of late. I suspect at some point she'll figure out that I'm not in, which can only mean one thing. But if we hurry along to the Marquess, we can perhaps gather him and the Lord Cursor." In case you didn't know that, by the way, this lets everybody in this room knows that Alias is with Leslok, or should be at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Enos kind of
Lord
figured.
Cursor, where he will make his account of things to the High King, hopefully before any permanent decisions are. She kind of turns to you, Enos, and says, "Enos, I assume then that you wish to go to the Marquess directly?"
Indeed.
"Well, I don't think anyone will have a word about it. I am supposed to make sure that no more, Actually, no, yeah. Agave Cheval's a side glance is a little, not scornful, but like a little like, meh, meh,
To who?
at Ainara Espada specifically. Just like a little like, no more Espada Cavaliers get any ideas in their head. Temperamental, hot-blooded lot. So yes, if you Enos have no further one-liners or comebacks,
No, he
Agave
has some things
will-
to talk to about Paloma about, especially with like Aurelia's fighting style, but that can wait. That's a non-serious matter.
Yeah. So I think we'll transition over to Leslok's study.
Yeah.
Leslok, Logesh, and Konrad, you are all in with, as I mentioned, quite a lot of people. Probably at some point, I think Aunt Yebel would ask you first. No, I think that's a good, because she would ask you what you want to, how you feel, like what you want to do about this. And if your response is like, well, we shouldn't worry about recompense. It shouldn't have happened at all, kind of a thing.
It's also
Like,
aimed,
if you-
I
if
think, to
you-
the Baron Oro, because I feel like he feels a bit indebted. A little bit.
Baron Oro, yeah, he I would say this. He makes no comments one way or the other at the time. He seems to kind of be in thought. He plays with a coin. That's his idle animation. But yeah, Aunt Yebel's asking you, No, I think even in front of such illustrious members of the High House, she talks to you as a member of the family. She's like, Leslok, what do you think we should do about this?
Well, I think this is a situation we should make sure that it doesn't reach the public. And hopefully we could put this behind us because it doesn't feel like it was made out of... This wasn't a decision made out of, I guess, malice. Hot-blooded,
made of
yes, but that's not...
passion.
Hot-blooded is yes, but it does not mean we should let this be a shadow over the event.
I think at that part, Aunt Yibo kind of scoffs a little and says, well, I think it'll be sorry, I've got to get a little more up north. I think there'll be a little bit of a shadow over the event no matter what. But the only people who know right now are... Oh, actually, I forgot to mention. There is one more person here because he came with Baron Oro. I wanted to do a moment, but outside the door was also Cephas Verity. He's here.
Of course.
He was just like, oh, I was observing... Don't mind me. I was observing the stars, and Lord Huron happened to see me and let me know that I should go get the Baron Oro for no particular reason.
I worry how much you find trouble so easily, but not now.
Ah, I'm a humble observer of the stars, my friend.
Of course.
The stars tell me, don't you know?
Of course they do.
Stars.
Not that guy. That's later.
Later?
Wait, later. Hold on.
That's what we're back at the spooky. This is not spooky. This is tense political. But yeah, Ebel says,
does Cephas have a pair of sunglasses? If so, Leslok, you need to kill him.
no.
I refuse.
No, Cephas isn't talking about complete global saturation.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's not even at Resident Evil 1 level.
All right. Okay.
I do love
Sorry,
some
putting my hands,
global
but yes,
saturation.
on Ebel would say, and basically be like, there's probably half dozen footmen or sentries at the gate who might know that something happened. And I'm sure the servants have seen somebody dragging the bloody Espada through the halls. But that just means that there was a scuffle. So long as nobody hears about Ray's injury, then, it's not a concern. She
It
kinda
might become
pauses
a
and
rumor,
says,
but just don't let it percolate.
She quirks an eyebrow at you and says, speaking less as your sensual and more as... It is a matter of the fact that Miss Aurelia is entered into the tournament. I'm sure Nicola will patch her up just fine, but maybe she should take a day off? If we don't want this to get out to the public, we probably shouldn't have her retire suddenly from the tournament.
I mean, as a SART assessment, I just... I feel like it might just cause more of an issue if we just forbid her from doing anything.
I mean,
I will say that. Well, go say your piece.
Well, no, I'll let you
Lucky,
say because
'cause
I'm technically not there. So no, you say first.
You are moving towards this scene, but yeah,
Yes.
Yibel will kind of sigh and says, "I
that.
understand the impulse. It's." She kind of glances around the room, mostly full of young men and one Baron Oro, and says, "Well, you'll be a father someday, your lordship. Normally, you would probably want to punish an infraction, but on the one hand, I think Aurelia feels quite sorry for herself enough with the one, being stabbed, and two, raising her other finger, the account that everyone else in the family was very concerned for her safety and worried about her. Gods only know what Inos is thinking about this. So, I won't say she's learned her lesson because she stares very evenly at each of the player characters in this room. Quite frankly, none of you have. But in that case, oh gosh, I was going to say, people in glass houses, but I don't. Greenhouses are new, so I don't know if she would say that.
I will remind the audience and the rest of the player characters, Nicola is a narc to an Ebel specifically.
This is why I
I
can't
think,
tell.
several of you
Nicola.
are narcs. Well, I don't know if Logesh is specifically a narc, but Logesh has a very close relationship with Aunt Ebo. We've previously discussed. I believe his exact comments were that Logesh treats Aunt Ebo like his mother, basically.
I think this is why Leslok doesn't voice most of his bad ideas.
Yeah, we need to get you a private homie to confide your bad ideas in. Bad ideas are great, but I also understand why Leslok doesn't tell some of the team. You could probably tell Inos. He'd only be upset with you in private. He wouldn't tell anybody.
You've got your home slice preface.
The problem is that Konrad might like some of your bad ideas. I don't know.
It's just my bad ideas are sorcery based.
As long as they're not heresy.
Okay, Konrad might not like some of your bad ideas. Anyway, yeah. So like I said, Yibel gives each of the three of you player characters in this room an even look and says that, like, when you're like, I won't say Aurelia's learned her lesson because none of you have.
No, but I have something in mind to discuss Aurelia afterwards.
She has, well, she's technically she's one, I guess, but she's the one who got stabbed. So I guess anyone you can walk away from. But that's probably something we should discuss in the morning, assuming that, well, there aren't higher powers, because at some point, she looks at you, Leslok. You're going to probably have to talk about this to the High King, because she points to Alias. Marquess Espada is speaking about it to the High King. And as you are both peers of an equal level of rank, your testimony should take equal weight.
Of course.
She says very pointedly. More for the sake of the NPCs in the room than the PCs, but it's good to remind everybody.
Logesh.
I was just wondering if there's anything else you wanted to talk about right now.
Logesh, just consider
Actually,
this.
Yeah, shit. Did Logesh roll student law earlier? I completely
I was looking to ask Logesh, like, legally, how bad is how bad is the situation?
I can do it again if you want me to.
It's
Actually, no, I didn't. I haven't.
Okay,
We
yeah,
were
then
too
do go
distracted.
roll it. Yeah, sorry. We probably got interrupted because we are... Again, can you tell it's been a week, gang?
We should probably be taking a break here pretty soon, by the way.
Yeah.
Probably have to
Yeah,
How about now?
2 hours.
Let's take a break now. I need a bio break.
Okay. Well, you've rolled your dice. We'll take a break. I need to feed Loth information, but he needs a bio break. So we're gonna pause right now.
All right. Because remember, we talked about that.
we
just
just
take regular breaks.
It's true.
I mean,
We
like,
just
think about
cruise
just,
controlled
like-
for 2 hours because it was very okay. Everybody
I
take
don't know
5.
why I'm-
Get up, stretch.
I don't
We live again.
Sorry, I had to
Alright,
resume my end. I had a mouthful of water there.
All right, Logesh did the legal roll,
Okay.
I think.
Yes, I
Yes. Logesh makes a student of law roll. He got at least 7s. Yeah, 7s, I think, is your best set. Technically, actually, it's like at least... Actually, no, I think 7's your only pair. It's mostly straight. Doesn't matter. Got 7s. So, as discussed, I mentioned this off mic, but we'll say it in mic because this is the first time it's come up in character. So, yes, unsanctioned dueling is technically against the regulations of the Fencing Guild. The Fencing Guild is they have a crown charter, and it's their duty to oversee the act of, instructing people in fencing for purposes of tournaments and duelings and bodyguarding, etc. So, yeah, what you're looking at is probably a relatively minor fee. There could be a maximum of maybe several hundred marks, not crowns, but marks levied. Repeated or egregious offenses could lead to being like expelled from the guild of fencers or permanently censured, but that's not a major concern for there. Kind of the reverse of like doing a interpersonal injury. Like technically, Logesh, from your POV as a Justiciar, the duel was technically unsanctioned, so you could effectively like press for harm on the count that like Paloma Espada did injure Aurelia. But if you do that, then there is another valid discussion for, should Moira have harmed those guys with blades? because she did cut a few of them, at least at what you've been told from her point of view, that she actually did injure a couple of them and not just
He did, in fact, cut a bitch.
smack them around. Also, honestly, I in the adventures I wrote, I kind of played it off like it was a lesser injury, but she did clap one of them in the head with the flat of her blade. That's like using a club. That's not like nothing either. That guy, is probably not having a good day.
Possibly Dean Bramblage.
So like in the case of non-life threatening but observably serious injury, blood drawn, usually probably what you would do is the local constabulary, the local court would levy a fine of damages of so much. So again, technically you guys could seek damages on Aurelia's behalf. It probably would not be a large sum of coin, but in that case, House of Spada could also make a case that to seek damages from Moira. It's kind of a thing of like, well, if the fight's not supposed to happen, then all the violence was technically unsanctioned, or it's like we don't care. None of it was. It was an unsanctioned duel. That's the kind of
I will go
charge we're pursuing.
I'll go with the end of not pressing charges, so hopefully they'll go with the attempt.
The issue of
a discussion we're having, right?
Yes, if Logesh is telling you this, this is his.
I will.
Like what he
said. Wait, Aurelia fought Paloma?
Oh, okay. Leslok will just tell you everything he was told before.
You want to recap that at all?
It's
been like 2 hours.
Let's see.
No, you don't need to recap it. It's fine.
Okay.
Konrad came in at the end after all the details have been talked about, so he didn't know what the heck was going on.
You had the most duels amongst all of us. I guess how do you feel about it?
Do I?
The truth.
I don't think I do.
Technically, Enos has had the most duels out of all of us.
No, it's not actually true. Enos has not actually been in it. He got a champion. Logesh is the only one of you who's actually, I think, been in at least one confirmed fencing match.
Yeah, and we all know how that turned out.
Arguable.
No, that was sanctioned. I was the judge.
No, I bet how it went.
I don't think there's much arguing about that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I think I got a better idea of what's going on now. And Konrad seems much more awake now.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Aurelia over I guess the honor of Pazoro.
Do we want to punish both of them from the tournament standpoint then?
Aunt Ebo kind of takes a breath in and says, I mean, that could, as the organizers, that could be the angle we take. That would, she nods back to Leslok, kind of take away from our earlier comment of keeping it under wraps. People were going to ask questions, not necessarily just about Aurelia, but also why one of the Espada heirs was removed from the tournament. I'm not certain.
Well, I wasn't considering
but
full disqualification. I was thinking docking points, or I don't know. This got way more complex. I don't know what to think.
Let's not get into the point.
I think Ebo walks over to you, Konrad, and puts it, pats you on the shoulder, and she's just like, "Oh, I understand, lad. It's all complicated all the way down." I think Alias kind of will say before I want to finish this out by looping Inos into this, because I think it's been enough time. Alias kind of says, I think His Majesty will leave the particulars of the tournament up to you. He kind of is talking to all of the Logis here. The matter of exactly who is in the wrong in terms of the duel, well, he'll have to hear arguments. As your aunt says, it is a matter between two peers. Again, this is why I am here. To gather information separately. Not, your lordship, that I doubt your word, but it is always best to have a third-party observer who can compare and contrast.
Right.
At this point, I think, well, again, Agave will, I'll if Inos wants to press his entry to the Marquess's study, we'll you can say whatever your piece is, but otherwise, Agave is just gonna, knock lightly on the door.
Yeah, no.
Everhelm opens up the door. The rest of you discover Agave, Cheval, and Inos standing there.
Good evening,
As expected.
everyone. I don't actually know what the proper explanations for greeting someone and, at, the ass end of night. How's everyone doing?
Have you gone to sleep yet?
No, actually.
It's still night.
Fair enough.
I feel like Logesh would have put his hand up and went, you know what? No, that works.
So Inos will glide on in, and it's all like, so I just had the most interesting conversation with Paloma, Ainara, and Princess Estelle. How's everyone's else night going?
Complicated, but could be worse.
Don't say that. It can still get worse.
You know what? That's fair. I shouldn't have voiced that.
No, let's not invite trouble wherever it is. So,
Just imagine Aunt Yibel, it like knocks on wood of one of the tables in the room real quick.
well, at the high level, I can very much say is, I do not believe that this is some weird and strange Espada plot to either kidnap or harm Aurelia. Which is good.
That's
Yes.
Very good.
I did not
On the
feel
other
like
hand,
you-
it seems that we have a very comic chain of miscommunication and errors on our hands. Frankly,
I don't think she has a good moment to say it, but I'm just imagining when you say it's not a weird plot to harm or kidnap Aurelia. I just imagine
It's a
Agave in the
farce.
background going, no, it's a normal Espada plot that harmed Aurelia.
yeah.
That plot is fool.
Fight.
Inos will basically, recount what he learned from his journey to the rest of the game, so hive mind, and basically finish up. And basically finish up. And I would like for you to share your thoughts so far, so I can just jump into that without having to get into Nessa role playing. It's like, and therefore, what I think probably should be best is we should quietly fine Aurelia and Paloma appropriate marks for that, if that is what the law calls for. Not necessarily bring it to trial, and we will kind of just wash the injuries of the other parties under the rug. Mora was doing her duty, the Cavaliers were doing their duty. Punishing them or trying to one-up either one of them seems, well, it'll just end up in a screaming match back and forth. The actual problem here is that Mora picked a fight with Marquess Espada. And very specifically, I say, Mora picked a fight.
Oh, right.
Is Moira in the room here?
No, she stayed
Is she in
with
the room
Aurelia.
right now?
I did not mention it specifically yet. No, so she should still be with Aurelia.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, then. Well, she's then enjoying tea and honey.
It's like, from my estimation, once Marquess Espada entered the room, Moira should have been more priority on how should I say, calming things down? I'm not entirely sure how one would do that.
De-escalation.
But the fact is she provoked, Marquess Espada answered, and they had a fight. Now, I am not 100% on how the Espada mindset works. Like I said, Ainara seemed pretty non-blasé about, well, part of my crudeness, getting her shit kicked in, along with her brother. But I'm not
Tossed
necessarily...
ass over tea kettle, Agave adds. Sorry, no, Agave would say that as tossed arse over tea kettle.
Yes.
Ooh.
But we do not know how much the Marquess Espada is going to let slide. From what I understand, I believe Inos will turn to Prince Alias. Has the Marquess Espada gone directly to the king, even at this late hour?
Oh yes, he was brought there by my lady mother.
Then Enos turns to Marquis. Then Marquis, we must go now as well.
No, you're right. Yes, we should. All right. Let's look off from his desk. It's like, all right. Let me
It's all like,
put on an
hold
extra
up.
shirt.
It's like,
Wait a
hold
minute.
Hold up. We must go.
Hold up! Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's like
the bit.
Sorry.
It's like, but before you go, you must make sure you know what you want and what you want. Like I said, the duel was illegal. Yes, we understand that. But honestly, it's all like, Enos kind of shrugs. Who among us has not done something foolish and felt bad about it afterwards? That's
I
all
swear to God, if anyone looks at me right now,
Oh, I mean, Aunt Ebel is looking at you, but she's also looking at everybody, including Enos. Like,
Enos knows what's up.
she is your head of household. Like, she is. Well, first of all, she's your aunt. You know, she's your
I can't
was
remember
Big
how much
Dad's
I've
youngest sister. So
actually
like,
done
yeah.
and how much I've just talked about doing and then had everyone tell me that's stupid.
No.
Well, luckily you're not
Not for
here.
now.
Yeah, but Enos continues. Both Aurelia and Lemon did something foolish, but they both had something they believed in. They understand they did wrong, and right now we should not necessarily be worrying about punishing them, but just making sure that they understand that they did wrong and letting them know this is a teaching movement to move forward in their lives. I have not had a chance to see Aurelia, but I can tell you right now that Paloma Espada was quite distraught and embarrassed over this situation.
I heard her weapon was shattered.
I fixed that, don't worry.
I feel like I want everybody to look at Konrad when that comes up, but not that many people know about it. So like, just the camera
Konrad get
ratchets to
that.
Konrad for a second and then comes back.
Only Connor would get that.
There's a brief
was
face
like-
from Conrad.
Because I know what was happening. I was getting my ass like wrestled into the fucking dirt.
But
Actually, yeah, there's a lot of funny things going on.
what happened to her sword?
Actually, no, Kieran was there too, so I think Kieran would cough into his kind of, when that happens, he kind of and shakes and shoots at a side glance at Konrad.
But so at the duel level, actually, Logesh, what is the law for illegal dueling? Is it a fine?
Let's just rattle it
I
off
roll.
again. That was the same roll he rolled
Okay,
earlier.
yeah, okay. I was like, yes. We'll find that to Aurelia.
Basically, I can put it in different terms. The legal history of dueling is a construct, but it was built up over many years. It was mostly designed by the Espada, but with the input from the other houses, because basically modern dueling is kind of the descendant of the concept of trial by combat. It used to be that, if you're accused of something or you think you're a wronged party, you could always be like, all right, well, trial by combat. I can prove that I'm in the right because I, have strength of arms or resolution. We'll let fate or skill decide, kind of a thing. Certain houses take that right to trial by combat very seriously and used it a lot, mostly Espada. As a result, Espada has had historical problems with stabbing each other too much. So eventually they kind of, like, through working with the other houses, came up with a system of rules, which is like, okay, we're going to come up with an idea where you can retain your rights to trial by combat, but hopefully less people die. And to facilitate this, you're supposed to have seconds as representatives. You're supposed to have a witness who is usually a doctor to officiate and make sure, nobody starts off too close with an advantage. There's somebody there immediately to call it if there's, bloodshed or whatever. And on hand immediately to doctor. And a thing that I think Estelle mentioned earlier, Logesh can bring back up, that also the purpose of a second is not just to kind of like keep both sides fair, but also the seconds are supposed to discuss the matter and be like, hey, are you sure we absolutely have to result? Like, in a sanctioned duel, you're supposed to have multiple steps that go, hey, do we have to resolve this by fighting? Because even if it is supposed to be only to first blood, that can still be very lethal. And of course, obviously, technically, the restrictions of dueling can be like, as far as like until one party yields or cannot continue type shit, which is also not good for your health because a lot of people are like, I didn't hear no bell as they've been stabbed like 4 times.
I could just got into a very loud argument instead of swords.
Yeah. But yeah, so like he can kind of Logesh can regurgitate that with his earlier.
Yes,
And then,
please.
Inos will press on. The Cavaliers and more was them just doing their duty. However, foolishly, I will not say who was acted particularly foolish in this recount. But if the Marquess Espada decides that everything should be swept under the rug and fine, everything is well. The concern is if he doesn't want everything swept under the rug.
That sounds like a pregnant pause for Alias to jump in a little.
Mm-hmm.
Alias will kind of, and not rise. Actually, no, Leslok rose from his seat. He will rise from his seat as well, where he's been sitting by the desk and kind of, again, hand on chin, kind of thinking and saying, as Lord Cursor, I must remind you all that I am technically a third-party observer and am not here to bias the case in either way. But, as my friend Inos casually observed to the room that he is not familiar with the Espada culture, as, well, I know a few things. I cannot imagine that Lord Espada will want it made public because Paloma has resigned herself. If at all possible, we should probably make sure that when meeting with the High King, or at least when Paloma is called on, that Paz Oro is also present so that she can get her apology out of the way in front of witnesses of character, but not public, shall we say.
I see.
Paloma having lost, Alias kind of looks around the room. How familiar are you with the phrase sword law? The answer was probably not, because I made that up, but
Sounds like a Espada.
if you wanted to, Logesh, you could probably roll student law.
No. If
I
he's going
think
to
you have a
explain
special interest in the law and in the Espada.
You definitely have a special interest in the Espada.
Quiet you.
Well, I said it, not me. I was thinking.
I've won one tonight.
Because you're right doesn't mean you're correct.
Okay, sevens. So, I've previously discussed with you guys in and out of character that every house has a slightly different culture, right? And specifically, every high house has a slightly different way in which they pick and support their leaders. Leslok was confirmed kind of, council style by all of his bannermen. They saw that he was the best fit for it because he had the shiny sword, and also he was the natural pick, and were like, that guy, I support him. But there was an issue where they could have supported others. That was a plot point immediately post time skip where there were factions who could have supported others, like Konrad or even Logesh. Neither Konrad or Logesh was interested in pursuing that one, thankfully, because that would have gotten messy and involved a lot of extra writing on my part. But it was a thing that happened.
Yes.
So what you understand, and also actually to add one more example, Inos heard a little bit about this from Baroness Marin, but in Marin, they have this idea of the Captain's Congress. The ship captains vote on who they want to take over ownership of the house, based on being effectively the equivalent of landholding lords and bannermen. So, Logesh, you're kind of familiar. House Espada was, their name comes from an old dialect word for sword. They were the Swordkin clans, the tribes of the sword. So their ye old ways are called the sword law. Among other things, this is kind of how they push their support for leaders. And an important thing is what you think Alias is getting at is one of the traditional methods of the sword law is if you think somebody is not fit for leadership, you should challenge them to a fight.
Yeah, that sounds very Espada-esque.
Yeah, so you can nod along to Alias or what, but he can explain it to the rest of the group, so you don't have to say that stuff I said in character.
Yes. Hive mind.
So he says, he kind of, he acknowledges you with a nod, and then it says, so, I do not want to say that my uncle has a weak position as Marquess of his house. I am quite certain, based on reports, that his leadership is fairly solid. However, if he were to publicly lose face in that one of his heirs was officially defeated in a duel, and I can assure you that the wider populace of Espada will not care that it was not sanctioned. Paloma forfeited a duel, a matter of honor. They will question if Marquess Strenton's position is as secure. If rumors spread that he fought to a draw, at least, Moira Degen, who, as we have noted tonight, is not of noble birth, is not of chivalric standing, and is mostly known for being incredibly good with a sword, there may be some who think that his time has passed and press for it. There may be some who wonder if his legal heirs are in a position and press them. So, as I said, I do not think that he will want it to come out publicly, but there is the matter that he will also want to make sure that it does not appear that he, how you say, loses face. If that means that we resolve the matter non-publicly, that is for the best. If you press to have certain things publicized, he will probably feel forced to find some way to spin things. And I say this all from the matter of his position as the Marquess Espada. I cannot say anything for his opinions as, well, a father,
Dad.
a man. But as Inos has pointed out, who amongst us men here have not done something foolish that we shouldn't have? He does kind of, nod sagely and say, and I think, as you say, Moira probably should have relaxed her blades, but I think we should also place the Marquess's drawing of blade, not steel because it was adamant, against her as another count of foolishness. It was probably not the proper thing to do. If you'd like my professional legal opinion, the proper thing to do is if you stumble upon an unsanctioned duel in the middle of the night, is probably to call the guard. But, he kind of shrugs. Nobody did that.
No. So with that, Enos will turn back to the Marquess and is like, Your Lordship, considering that you're already not planning on making a matter of this, I think it would be fine to approach the High King and make it known to him and the Marquess of Espada that we do not want to make anything of this situation, and we shall handle it in private. If we move now, since all the relevant parties are here, we could have this resolved tonight and move on into the morn as if just something strange happened and no one knows exactly what. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to stop every rumor, but we should be able at least to do enough to keep things from actually escalating.
Hopefully. Yeah, like, Leslok's been nodding
then.
along the whole time. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. I have to be
That's
careful
fine.
about cutting people off, too, with my response. Okay. I think then just kind of like a point on it, if that then, again, if just using her as my actually, no, Alias would say it. Then he would, you say, hopefully, you're already standing. He kind of turns to you and says, well, then, I should go report to the High King. Your Lordship, if you wish to come along.
I do indeed.
All right. Let us go to where Father is staying.
Enos is now going to go check on Aurelia.
Okay. So Inos won't go to the High King. Anybody
Hopefully
else
tomorrow.
want to go to Team High King, or do you want to just Leslok to do that?
Leslok will not stop you guys from coming along.
As
That's fair. I prob.
a Justiciar, I feel like I should go.
That's probably a good idea.
You are a lawman in this house, so that's fair.
I am not dressed to see the king.
I don't know if the king's dressed to see the king right now. He probably got him and all like, what the fuck is this shit?
I think when you say that, like I didn't mention it again this session, but I should mention it again now. Like Aunt Yibel is kind of like in like, you know, not her bathrobe, but she's like, you know, dressed down in like, you know, simple relaxing clothes and just like threw her like a woolen overcoat over, like she's got her gambeson like.
This is the
belted
episode
over
of the
her
TV
clothes.
drama where you get to see what everyone actually wears what they sleep in.
Yeah, like Alias definitely will look down at himself. He is just wearing like I said, he just has a traveling cloak like thrown over like, you know, loose shirt sleeves and like you know, undercloth breeches.
We're not leaving the castle grounds anyway, so
What do
it's
you mean?
not that big.
Nicola's in his full uniform with all accoutrements.
Buddy, you did
I'm
surgery. I'm
question.
pretty sure you had to let that glamour. Otherwise, you're gonna start sweating.
Oh
bullets.
no, not anymore. No, not anymore. Now I'm in like a fucking bathrobe.
Yeah.
Okay, Snoke.
Anyway, okay, so Logesh will go with Leslok.
I'm
Konrad
too
says he's not
sexy for
dressed.
that.
Yeah, Konrad will go back with Inos.
All right. Okay. Which of these sequences do I want to do first? Actually, let us go to Aurelia just because we haven't been on Nicola in a while. Let's give Nicola a fair share. So, Inos, Konrad, Agave, you know, bows to Inos and says that, you know, you'll be fine on your own now.
Yep.
So she's gonna hang with Alias. All right. So you guys go to Cressida's room. I assume you knock.
Yes.
Yes.
You are let in because after all that, Moira did bolt the door.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you Enos and Konrad are let in, and it's just Aurelia, Cressida, Nicola, Moira, and Paz.
Mm-hmm.
And out of character, you should probably tell Paz to run along, so because of the thing that Alias said.
Inos will say, Paz?
Actually, sorry, one last note. We'll put a point on that. Baron Oro will send Noctiluca and Vauclin with you to get Paz.
Oh, okay.
There, that's
Okay.
better.
Okay.
Makes sense.
No time to fight
Sorry,
with
you know,
Noctiluca. We're in
just
serious time now.
Ugh.
When it blows over,
Serious
Hopefully.
time. What's serious time?
I'm gonna try so hard.
We'll head to the Winchester, wait for
Enos
this
has
to all blow
Enos has a pocket watch which just says goof time, serious time.
He checks it. It's serious
Good heavens,
time
look
right
at the time.
Goof times.
now. I should get just a pocket watch. It's like, what time? Just what time is it? Just put something silly in it. But no.
Tyranny time.
Enos will, be let in and be like, no, I think Paz has probably been talked to enough. And so like, and just have Noctiluca and Vauclin escort Paws out and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like we could have had a talk, and so like, but Enos will look over at Aurelia, look her up and down, and just go, you're supposed to avoid the pointy bit.
At least she won.
Well, that gets her to laugh a little, and then she kind of pauses, like, sorry, a little tender still.
That's the last.
Yes, I did win. Thank you, brother. As a matter of fact, but also, yes, I threw my sword. It wasn't a good idea.
No, obviously.
Moira actually kind of like says from the back, "Well, it worked out for me."
And so like, yes, worked out very well for you. It's like, did you really have to provoke the Marquess of Sparta?
Moira kind of like, we've been talking about a lot of contrition tonight. Moira doesn't quite get to contrite, but she does kind of like tilt her head a little and like squint one eye and go like, "No, did I have to? No."
Like, okay,
It kind of. She kind of pauses and says, "It seemed like the thing to do at the time.
Well,
There was a lot of them. We were throwing them around. One of them came up behind me."
Yes, yes, yes. You wanted to establish that you were not someone to be fucked with, and therefore establish that you were someone to fuck with.
I
Pardon my
mean,
language.
at some time, I want to hear the whole story from her. I want to hear about the duel.
Oh, well.
I can explain it later. It was pretty textbook. I think Aurelia
but
like rolls her eyes and is like, oh, don't listen to her. It was more than textbook. It was terrifying.
As combat usually is.
Marquess Espada is probably the most perfect swordsman I've ever seen. It was like, she kind of like mimes it with her hands. It was like taking a fencing manual and like she mimes like flicking it like a flip book.
Well, I imagine.
And then this one, she points at Moira. Moira just kind of shrugs. Well, she outdueled a ghost, so. Nah.
Well, that's the difference. That's the difference in. Well, experience, I will say. I can't assume to know much about Moira's and the Lord Espada's lives, but I'm pretty sure they have both approached dueling and fighting in very different ways. Much how I would think that the fight between you and Paloma went the same way, just probably not at their level.
She kind of, nods along.
I'm like, well, I'm not going to ask you for the details, because I'm pretty sure you've probably had to explain yourself 3 or 4 times right now. But I do want to ask. Was it worth it?
Now you phrase it, was it worth it? She kind of like stops, she thinks about it, she glances to her shoulder, glances around the room. Then I think, she, like I said, she's been pretty, like, contrite, a little concerned all night, been in pain even, but now she's, getting better. And she kind of, like, you see kind of that old metal look appear in her eyes and says, well, I'll put it to you this way, Inos. She kind of, like, folds her arms, only winces a little bit. I would do it again.
Enos nods. Aurelia, you did something stupid. But you did something stupid for a good reason. Therefore, you should be proud of that fact.
She kind of, preens a little. I think Lady Cressida gives her an arch look and gives Enos an arch look and says, but perhaps, my dear, you should be more auspicious in your actions next time.
At the very least, don't get stabbed.
Perhaps a public challenge, if you must. I think Aurelia just mutters to herself, well, if it had been a public challenge, I wouldn't have bloody well won.
Or at least call someone who knows how to heal.
Well, that just means you probably have to.
Yeah, I heard you shattered her sword.
Is there a doctor in the house?
She was not very happy about that.
Aurelia kind of smiles.
I wonder why.
And she's like, yes. Well, it's her fault. She stuck it in my shoulder first. She kind of like rolls her stitched up shoulder
yes,
a
that's
little.
because
and
you. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to be honest, Enos. Oh, I was going to say, I'm going to be honest, Enos. It's a pretty cool trick. It's worked twice. Don't do it with the sword still inside you.
I'll keep that. I'll put that in the notes. But also, I do want to point out, that only happened because you threw your sword. You threw your sword away. It's like, yes,
I have a second sword.
Like, yes, I understand that you were, going to Moira's aid, but Moira's a big girl. She can handle herself.
And Moira kind of like pushes off from the wall she was and, kind of comes over to where Aurelia's sitting.
Don't know.
Says, right? Could have handled it myself. But, she gently puts a hand on Aurelia's shoulder. Thank you anyway, miss. She kind of holds up her left hand. Probably would have had to use my bracer. Otherwise. And that would not have been pretty.
Yeah, I think Inos is trying to get into Aurelia's head that she should not give up her should not, put herself at risk for someone who is, probably a better fighter than she is. I think if you understand what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, no, and I think Moira gets that too. Like she doesn't want to be like. It could be like the perfect stern teacher thing to be like, no, you idiot, you never throw your sword. That was stupid of you. But Moira's going to be like, no, kid, yeah, you did help me out. I would have had to probably block with my arm guard instead, which would not be ideal.
No one would be happy about that.
Inos is right. At the very least, if you're going to... Moira would say, at the very least, if you're going to do that, use your offhand sword. That's why you have 2 swords. Honestly.
Or...
Damn things is... Moira kind of like... By the way, Inos, you would discover that Moira's been holding on to at least one of Aurelia's swords this whole time. She kind of holds it up and says, honestly, damn things are light as a feather. I'm kind of surprised they don't parry for you.
Oh, did Ainara give Enos's Moira's other sword to give back to her? I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think if you would have asked for it, she would have given it to you. Yeah, because she brought up she had it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, speaking of second swords, Enos, will return Moira's other sword. Can't call you Moira too, so
she'll tuck it back in. She's like, Lefty, there you are. Tucks it back in. I'll say this about the Marquess. Among other things, it's quite auspicious for him. He has unbreakable swords. Dagger, too. Nasty bit of work.
Oh, yes, but don't worry about the broken sword. I repaired the thing. It just cost me 1 boot knife.
I think Moira just into her boot, hands you her boot knife.
Thank you. And,
that's another idea. If you're going to throw blades, why don't you keep a brace of daggers around you?
Well, I can tell you that because
when
you
I
have
was going to a duel, I took him out.
Yes. She already had 2 weapons in both her hands. Where's she going to get a third hand to draw her knives?
Boring knives.
Well, obviously.
I think Aurelia pauses and goes, well, I could make knives steel sore. That's gonna be... She kind of winces, though, and she's like, that's going to be a lot of work, though.
Loading knives.
Like tingly work.
And so,
I mean, she does admit, technically, I did have a knife. I think her hair was probably unbound, either while Nicola was working or just in general, but she does point over there, and she has her little hairpin, which is, if you guys didn't in character know that, is about a couple inches of meta grease worked into the shape of a tiny sword.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was Urine made that for her, if I remember correctly.
Right. I knew it was a sword. I knew it was a dagger, but I just didn't know it was made of meta grease.
Yeah, no, it was part of the rapier that was broken back from the Grand Melee.
Right. Okay.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was Lady Redcap's sword that got shattered. Enos pocketed
most
of the pieces, but Urine got one big piece.
But, well, if you're going to continue on the way you are, and I have no doubt that you are going to, we're probably going to have to find more things to keep you busy. It's like, the results and how we feel about it aside, you were a part of a legal duel, and that will have repercussions. Probably in the form of some sort of fine, if I understand the law correctly. But other than that, you'll probably have to stay put for a day. We'll let that heal, so you'll probably not get as many points in the tournament, which will probably be its own punishment, alright? And afterwards, as I said, I think we're going to have to keep you more busy.
I think to that, Moira kind of nods and says, I think that's too right. Keep her busy. Keeps me busy.
Like I said, I'll have to speak with the Marquess on the matter. But other than that,
I think she says, I think Aurelia would say, well, if I'm being fined, can you talk to brother about perhaps a larger stipend?
Inos, considers that.
If not for me, at least so I can pay Moira more.
Well, generally, while I do believe you are due some allowance as, heir to that house, usually a stipend requires you to be doing some sort of work, Aurelia. This might go well into the idea of making sure you're busy. Oh, really?
Shouldn't I get a stipend?
You get paid as the doctor, yeah.
I mean, you get paid. You
Do
got
I?
wealth, yeah.
Yeah, that's in your wealth.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
It's accumulated very well. If your ass goes broke like entirely, that means we have to talk about like when does the Marquess pay you next? But your house is super fucking rich, so yeah, you're paid.
Wait, you guys get paid?
You're at least like well 4 or 5, I guess.
I
because-
think
I'm well
most
6.
of you technically should be like, assuming you do your jobs and are paid for them, should probably be at least wealth 1 or 2 independently. But again, that does matter that if the Marquess is like signing your pay stubs.
Mhm.
I think the exception is Konrad, because he has a position in the house as lord of a castle where his money would be based on the castle's output, which is, as we have discussed, currently negative.
Yeah, negative.
Well, it's all in the motion. All
That's how
the
you build
process, all like the
castles.
build-up's done.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like,
But Logesh and Nicola are like, you guys are technically paid members of the house. Yes, you have jobs.
Mhm.
So is Inos, but
Yeah.
Inos has a discretionary budget.
yes, you do. But Inos continues. Like, I guess, Mom, like, in the middle of the night is a good time to bring it up as any. But, or like, what do you want to do?
Rhea
It's like-
kind of pauses and thinks about that one, and she considers it for a second. Feel free to continue what you had. We're going there.
Yeah, it's all like, you are a pretty good sword arm, a pretty good sorceress. You know your way around a few monstrum, and you're not adverse to adventure and travel. You're not an idiot, but you're not also quite the scholarly sort either. And it's like, if you wanted, like, we could send you off to a college of some sort. If you wanted to truly polish your mind for battle, we could send you off to the was it Collegiate Tactica?
Collegiate Tactica.
Collegiate Tactica, and I'm pretty sure you'll get in no end of fights there. Unfortunately, experience is one of the best teachers. There are other colleges that we could send you for secondary education if you were so inclined. It's like, we can set you up in the military and get you on an officer track. Put you in some sort of leadership role for some future endeavor that you may wish to accomplish. And like, we can focus more on your sorceress. You can focus more on your sorceress studies, but unfortunately, that, like, we don't necessarily want to send you excuse me. We could send you away to the Silver Tower, but unfortunately, you have one of the best teachers with you right here, right now. So you would just be doing the more
That's
thing.
cell phone back.
The what?
Oh wait, I forgot which one you're talking about. Never mind. I thought you were talking about yourself.
Talking about him.
Yeah.
He is.
I am.
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Your cell phone back.
For Soulcraft,
You know-
yes.
And this is where Enos gives himself
Enos
the medal.
has what? Oh, I think he has all 4 links we talked about.
Yeah. And
He has
so,
3 silver and 1 black chain link.
but that just means that whenever I go off on some strange adventure, either on myself or with the Marquess, you'll just be going along, which will be, the same thing that you've always been doing.
Aurelia kind of like you said, she's been kind of taking this, and she sips her tea a little and says, glances over it at Nicola, but especially at her mother, and says, "Well, to be quite frank, Enos, mother,
You're quick with that, Jesus!
he's fast. He's fast on the flip.
I think he has it just like
I don't
hotkeyed.
think going away to school sounds quite right when the family is so pressed. Both seems like it is not, and very much is the word. We have a lot of things going on and a lot of things concerning us. It wouldn't feel right to go off and mind my own business. I'm sure something would come up and I'd stick my nose in it anyway.
Enos just nods at this.
Correct.
So I admit that I would probably prefer to keep. She kind of, half lids her eyes at you and is like, tagging along, as you say. You are a fairly all right teacher. And if I go somewhere with you, that means, she points at Moira, she goes with me. And when it comes to, as you say, hitting things with swords, I don't think I could find a better teacher. On this side of the Three Crowns, anyway.
True enough. But that does not necessarily give the answer of... Oh, sorry.
She kind of, purses her lips a little and says, "Nah, like, she gets what you mean. You can trail."
Mm-hmm.
She kind of purses her lips and says, "Well, I must admit, I haven't really been thinking the past, 3 years about, ranks and titles and circumstance. I suppose, ultimately, I should... No, the house... No, I'll say it. The house needs me. I've done a lot. Could do more. Done some things that weren't so great for the house. Need to work on that, yes. But, we're all trying to do our best for the family, for the house, for the land. Someday I'd like to think, like Aunt Yebel, I would come up and, mind a position on the house council. Maybe not take over a castle like somebody." Glances aside at Konrad. "But, someone will have to mind Tharfield Manor after Mother." Glances at Lady Cressida.
One moment.
And I don't know what Aunt Yebel intends to do with Castle Vatnir. Probably give it to Logesh.
A quick question. How long do you think an officer training program would take?
Ooh, you're talking about historical?
Yeah.
Probably only months.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Like, technically, that's probably a little less than you should. But yeah, to actually have her go officer course, that would probably be like the equivalent of 1 or 2 semesters at the Collegia.
Mm-hmm. It's like, Inos thinks, and it's all like, then a proposition for you. Aurelia, you have the demeanor of someone who gets into trouble. We all do. I do. Your brothers do. Your cousins do. Even Nicola does over there. I don't know what it is about us. We just do. But one of the things about us is that most of us are in some sort of leadership position and have had the training to do so. I think probably doing the same for you would be probably the best. If we were to say to send you off to the Tactica for the fall, I would say. You can try to complete the officer's training corps and be put into elite, and have that done. And then upon your return, we can build a... I don't want to say... we can build a special unit with you as the lead. You can be able to command troops, invite people of interest to you, who towns is, and we'd be able to use you for unique things. For example, investigating strange things in our land, investigating things in the Fog Vale, being someone who can move a bit more independently than the military, but not quite a bag of roaming vagabonds, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, Aurelia kind of nods along, and she kind of takes an aside glance at actually, yeah, I was going to say just Cressida, but she would catch Konrad in this too, and then say, "We'll have to discuss this with the Marquess, of course." Also putting a lean to what Axe put in chat.
Mm-hmm.
But she'd be like, "I wouldn't be opposed. Just so long as it is just the fall. I hope you won't think I'm being petty, or I'm being selfish, but I have been talking with Paz Oro about seeing her over the winter trip to Keltacy.
Well,
I
actually,
wouldn't mind doing a little sightseeing at the Alchemical College."
Where's the Tactica College again? Is it in Espada Lands?
That's Grassy. That's in Cheval Land.
Oh yeah, that's all like. It's in Cheval Land. It's like, no, I don't think. Honestly, us, like I said, Eno says like, no, I'm quite intent on taking you along with us to, I forgot Akunar. to the lands of Akanar.
Yes.
I believe there is matters of great import in soulcraft, and you, as my apprentice, should be there as well. But during the fall, I do believe, while we might be doing some monstrum hunting into diplomacy, plus the attack on the pirates, I believe you won't miss those overmuch.
She kind of nods.
And speak to the Marquess on the matter and see if he agrees. And I do believe that if we can say that you're off onto secondary education with plans to put yourself in service to the family, we can definitely see about giving you some sort of stipend to cover expenses and a bit extra for allowances and, unexpected fines.
And buying some new knives. I want to say, if you have any more to add to that conversation, or if Konrad has anything he puts in, he's.
I can make you some new knives. They'd be the best.
She kind of smiles at that and says, "Well, that might be nice." I want to say I have one last little note as a setup to that, because it will weave in more plot hooks. But you finish that conversation. I just imagine that the shadow behind where Aurelia's reclined in the bed kind of extends, and then there's just a little ching, ting, and Lady White is just kind of standing there because she does that.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of quietly says to Aurelia and basically asks her, "This Collegia Tactica, would you say it is a dangerous place?" Aurelia kind of pauses and glances around the room and is like, "No, it's a school. I don't think it's particularly that dangerous. Not any more so than, gestures at sword wound." Lady White kind of very slowly nods and says, "Then, child, I cannot accompany you there. I have only answered your mother's request to look after you in dangerous, far-flung places." Aurelia kind of slowly nods and says, puts an aside glance at Inos and Konrad and says, "Then, your ladyship, if you don't mind too much, if I do go away, could you keep an eye on the Marquess and these lot? At least if they're going to strange and foreign lands." She kind of Lady White kind of just gently tilts her head a little. Basically what Aurelia is saying is that when you guys go back to the Fog Veil,
Mm-hmm.
because you've discussed maybe knocking off some prophecy shit in the not too distant future, so you might be going back to the Lady of Thorns.
Mm-hmm.
If Lady White can pop in on you.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of nods. "This is acceptable. Then I shall bid you good night." And then she just turns into a mist shape and diffuses. She's gone.
Where is it?
Such a flair for the
Really,
romantic.
are you going to suggest that we're going to get in trouble without you around?
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, you're right, but
I think she just grins at you.
If he said, I will stare at everyone in the room. He'd just be like,
I hope I got lucky to laugh at that.
I did a little bit. But Inos is going to reply dryly, "Whether Aurelia is there or not, I do believe we're going to get in trouble."
I think Lady Cressida would comment on this, and she would just say, "The House of the Torchbearer has a nasty habit of bringing illumination wherever they go. Troublesome things tend to hide in shadows, don't you know?"
Don't you know?
Oh, she's not Canadian. I've always said the accent I try to do for Lady Cressida is the same as either Saifo Belnades or like Vieira, who are Icelandic. I'm just not very good at it all the time.
Mm.
I mean, it'd be that or it'd be like
my arm
Turkey, but like, or I guess like it would be, I guess, like Greek Islander, but like I don't know if that's the way to put it.
That one I can't really do.
Yeah.
The only Greek sounding thing I can do is like, cousin.
Nico.
What's we must drink ouzo.
I don't know what that means. But
It's a Greek drink. It's a thing from My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
ah.
It's the limit
God,
of
that's been a
that's the limit of
while.
my Greekiosity, gang.
But with that,
Well, that's more than me.
Inos will say his goodbyes. I think he's, he has I don't want to necessarily chastise, but he let her know what he thought, talked about her future, talked what's about to be happening, and I think that's good. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else for Enos to do here.
All right.
You want some tea?
I was like, oh no, I'm gonna go have a drink in my office.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Enos is departing.
Enos is departing.
Good. Okay. So, Konrad, do you wish to depart this scene, or do you have anything further to add?
He might linger around and kind of talk. I guess just hear a bit more about how the duel went, like from a very kind of a more positive standpoint, like what moves and stuff like that. Like not worrying about all the fallout, just like talk about the exciting parts. And before he leaves,
Aurelia describes her form a little. Yeah, go ahead.
he will give her a slightly more affectionate hug than usual, and will kind of whisper to her that he is glad that nothing happened to her.
Yeah, she returns the hug. I think she can actually use. Actually, no. Nicola might have put her arm in a sling just because you don't want to stretch the skin any.
Mm-hmm.
For a little bit. Let the stitches set. All right, yeah, but she returns the hug.
Okay.
All right. We go to the High King Zone.
Star
So-
wipe.
Leslok, Logesh.
Yes.
Okay. This could be a better laugh.
Escorted by Elias and Baron Oro. You go to where the High King is guesting. Yeah, I think he's like taken over like a either an extra bedroom or a study or something to do like things. So that door is like open, but there's a couple of blood shields kind of like hanging outside. They kind of observe you. And you can overhear a discussion inside. It's not just Marquess Espada now, but by this point, because I mentioned it, it is the High King, the Queen, Marquess Espada, and also Baroness Marin is there now. Because remember, she found out about that from when she sent her carriage up with Nicola. So you guys are kind of walking up as you was kind of like, it sounds like he's been retelling the tale again with Marin involved, and he's just like, yes, it is a very he's kind of talking back and forth. He's like, it should not be a serious matter, but it could become a serious matter. It's an issue of orders of operations and that sort of thing. It's just not properly done. And Marin's kind of talking in the background, just like, sorry, I wanted to go real pirate with Lady Marin. Like, nope, not quite. Only a little. She'd just be like, "What's the matter, your lordship? Been so long you've been young, you forgot how it works?" It's just like, please, let the Admiral Come, we must have decorum.
Oh, I'm so glad Enos
Right, I
wasn't
probably
there
should've-
right now. I'm so glad Enos wasn't
know.
there right now. Fuck.
You would have started shit.
I would have started so much shit. I'm sorry. Oh,
Well, don't
It's
you
fair.
worry. Because Baroness Marin gets the bar back, and she's like, "Was it decorum when you drew your sword on Waradigen?"
oh, thank you. Thank you.
Just like, kind of like you guys aren't like at the room yet. You can sweep in if you like, but like you can just imagine like Lord Espada like kind of like adjusting the like collar of his shirt or like his lapels or something, and just being like,
I was sorry. I'm stunned. I'm just stunned by trying to figure out like what would be a good line to come in on. It's I can't think of one. Fuck.
"Well, I may if you don't enter sooner rather than later. I think I can proceed."
I'm gonna go in
Yeah,
though.
like,
Let's just
he
go.
just
Okay.
kind of like adjusts and says, "Go ahead."
Permission. I think at this moment I'll be like, maybe I should have told someone that Baroness Marin overheard.
You just say that as like Conrad is leaving after Inos has already left.
Yeah.
I'm just
yeah.
imagining everybody looks at you just like, "Hua."
What?
But yes, like I said, he kind of like adjusts. You can hear him kind of like adjusting his lapels, and he says,
Oh, that
"No,
was
but it was a matter of pique. You are right. It was not decorum, but she struck the stones." Just like Baroness Marin, kind of like you can hear her voice rotating. You can tell she's like talking to the king now. Sorry, I'm doing a text joke. But you can tell she kind of like rotates in the room to talk to the king, and she's just like, "So do you find everybody who commits a minor infraction in front of you?" And before he can respond, Leslok, you step into the room, and the High King is kind of like, so. In this room, like I said, the High King's got a little side room set aside as like a study, maybe adjoining where his sleeping quarters are. So he's like sitting behind a little reading desk. He's wearing reading spectacles. Instead of a crown, he's wearing one of those big long Victorian nightcaps. And he's not like in a full like dressing gown, but he's like in like just simple shirt sleeves and like loose trousers. No shoes. He's got like house slippers on, and he's just kind of like sitting in front of some candle lights. The queen is in her kind of like again, not dressing gown. I think actually is the right word. Not nightgown, but like dressing gown. Like you're dressing down.
Well,
She's
she
got,
ran.
like,
She
a
ran
loose
out,
robe
so she had to
over
have been
her,
like some level of clothing. I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So like she's like dressed with like robe tucked over like a couple layers of pajama dresses, sleepwear, also house slippers. Marquess Espada is dressed down in like a dark, red colored shirt. He does still have his sword belt on, where his weapons are sheathed, and is wearing
still the
like
cuts?
loose shirt, loose pants, boots. What did you say, X?
I was like I assume like less like what Doty's like there are still like cuts on her shirts.
I don't know if Moira actually got close enough to cut his
Sorry.
shirt.
You mentioned that like instead of getting cut to the skin, he got cut through his clothes.
Actually, yeah, that's right. I did say that. Yeah, so like he's got a couple of like he's wearing like a dark silk shirt, but yeah, there are actually like a couple of cuts and rents you might be able to see depending on the light level, like very close.
Yeah.
Baroness Marin is also like dressed, but she's dressed down. She's just got like a simple like button-up shirt over like loose riding pants and like riding boots. Doesn't even have a hat. She's got like her hair, instead of being braided, is just pulled back, etc. But she has still got like her position in there. But the king kind of does not rise, but does nod to acknowledge you and says, "Marquess Leslok, Lord Cursor, excellent. Well," he kind of pauses and says, he glances aside at Espada and says, "Glances back to you. I trust you are aware of the situation?"
Yes, I've been informed. From
He says this to
multiple
Leslie.
sources.
Okay. He kind of nods. he turns to actually, yeah, he would turn to Alias and would. Alias, my boy. He just kind of nods and says, "I'm sure both could corroborate. Both Marquesses could corroborate, but he, shrugs. A simple matter. Two hot-blooded young nobles decided to resolve their differences in the way that young nobles do. It was not perhaps, well, it definitely wasn't appropriate to be unsanctioned." He kind of says this as the High King kind of like tips his glasses a little at him. But he says that the idea of the challenge was not without merit. There is, I believe, the matter of the interruptions, but we cannot say for sure that the sworn swordsmen of House Espada were not doing their diligence, as was the sworn swordswoman of House Logi. Espada kind of, paces back and down and kind of nods and says, "The Lord Cursor has the right of it." So the High King kind of turns back to you, Leslok, and says, "Your Lordship, is there anything you wish to add?" As you can see, Marquess Espada has been able to plead his case for quite some time now.
I like to think Amelia herself has been tended to, so she is not in any danger. I do
I'm glad
not
to
like
hear it,
the
says the
circumstance.
king.
I do not like the circumstances that led to this, though I prefer it be something we hopefully could put all behind us.
Yeah, the Marquess Espada kind of like again takes a couple paces, shifts, and it's like, and I can agree that I also do not like the circumstances of the situation. It is probably for the best. And then, the High King kind of nods and he's like, he kind of flicks a glance to anybody, but I think Agave Cheval catches it and says, "Let's have Lady Espada brought here." He turns back to Leslok and he's like, "In the absence of the Lady Aurelia as her bloodkin and liege lord, we shall proffer that judgment to you. It's probably better to let her rest. Do let me know if the royal physician is required. Though she speaks very highly of Sir Dr. Nicola, Sir Dr. Gridarvol." The High King would not use Nicola's first name.
I trust my physician very highly, so I think she will be fine. He will let me know if anything develops, unfortunately.
All right. And Paloma is here. We shall speak to the result. He kind of, again, quirks an eye at Alias and is like, "All of this follows your observations, Cursor?" And he just kind of nods along and he's like, "Very well." You guys kind of, you chilling in silence as it were, until Paloma.
I think Leslok is going to at least mention at least to, I guess the Admiral being like, "I don't expect you to be here, but considering, I guess Nicola was told, it makes sense you'd hear about it."
She kind of nods and says, "It was your..." Sorry, I got to get more Somerset. "It was your youngest brother who came on the door. He wasn't quiet."
Mm.
Kieran in the hallway somewhere is just like,
I was supposed to be quiet? No one told me that.
Nani?
Kieran's like, "Nobody gave me the..." Yeah, exactly. Nobody gave me those. Nobody told me that playbook. I was told to get Nicola fast.
He did a very good job.
Hopefully this doesn't get anyone.
Well, considering he did it without a horse. He just fucking sprinted out of the gatehouse and ran all the way down. He has been doing cardio.
That kid's got run.
Well, you gotta remember, we've discussed it before. Lamp Claire's on a slope, right? Like it's a sloping bed.
Oh,
so
God.
as a blood shield cadet, he probably has to do morning jogs up and down the hill, like from Oceanside back up to the old fort.
You'll start feeling that.
practice though, baby.
Hmm.
But yeah, so she just kind of says that along and says, "I decided I best come along. I'm a little surprised that Duchess Cheval is not present." I think I've just at that point, Duchess Cheval enters. Uh-oh. And she's just like, she just kind of like, she's also in like a big, quilted overcoat and like, pants, shirt and stuff under there. It's just like, "Don't worry, Marin, I've caught on. Your Majesty, to my utter surprise, I awoke for a spot of evening tea, and my eldest daughter was nowhere to be found. I can only imagine that someone had urgent need of her." A side glance at Alias. Alias, stone-faced.
Poker face.
Anyway, I believe
He's used to this.
I've cottoned on to what's going on here. I'm glad to see that the kingdom hasn't gone to hell while I've been away. Pointed look at Marquess Espada. He also poker face. As previously described, he's doing that thing with his face that Aurelia said, where he forces his mouth to keep a very even line. It is neither smiling nor. But Duchess Cheval just kind of like steps over and takes a seat and says, What a mess this is.
What a shit show.
I'm sure your Majesty has it out." The king kind of like arches his eyebrows at her and says, "Shortly." But yeah, Espada kind of like paces back and forth. It's just like, so eventually, Paloma comes, escorted by Estelle. Ainara is there. She kind of catches Logesh and kind of looks a little sheepish. She's just like, "Oh, dang. Oh, you're here too. Whoops." What can you do? Espadas, right?
Womp womp.
Yeah, that's
Help was already here.
I mean, that is kind of Ainara's opinion, is like, right? Like, she's kind of like, well, we are who we are.
It's in our blood, literally.
Espadas will be Espadas.
But at this point, Paz has come in, escorted by the rear mouses to be with Baron Oro, her father. Also, probably at some point, Rodrigo shows up to kind of account for the Cavaliers, But first, Paloma, turns to Paz, full bow at the waist in front of everybody, and says, "Lady Oro, I must apologize for my comments earlier. I withdraw them." You clearly, after standing up from her bow, she says, "You clearly have quite valuable friendships to look out for you." Paz just kind of, politely nods and says, "Your apology is accepted." And then, kind of nod along. And then the High King says, "Well, with that most important matter settled," he says with a little bit of sarcasm, little bit.
Excuse you, it's very important. How dare.
He says, I mean, the High King, he's also like, it is very important as part of the structure, but also, if it was...
My sleep was deserved for this, disrupted for this shit.
No, it's less of that, but it's more like the High King is thinking, well, if it was that bloody easy, why didn't we just skip straight to that part?
Look, the High
We
King
have the comedy of errors leading up to it.
Is like, we are in political disarray because of teen girl drama. Great.
One teen girl squad said something catty to the other teen girl squad, and the third one was like, "Hold on, let me tank this."
So,
if I may
make
interject, provoke.
That this reminded me.
Cover.
Fuck you. This reminded me of. So funny enough, reminds me of a story that happened in real life. The girls at my school were all friends. And then at one point, for some odd reason, someone suggested playing the game Mean Girls, where they acted like girls from the Mean Girls movie. And suddenly that friendship was over.
Sounds about right.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
oof.
Well, first of all, that person is an asshole, whoever they are, because they know what they're doing.
Or they didn't, and that's worse.
No, they. But also, no, teenagers just fight like that. Like I work at a middle school.
They
On
were young
I think it was
teens.
Wednesday. Yeah, that's
To be the
young
equivalent of middle
teens,
school
like
for us.
11, 12, 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
I on 13. I walked. On Wednesday, or no, sorry, Monday. I walked by like 5 fist fights, all teen girls.
Ugh.
Damn.
You know, that's the thing I always hear about kids fighting. Boys fighting, you know, is a lot of posturing and whatnot, but doesn't actually come to fucking like actual super fucking serious stuff. Once, you know, the pecking order has been established, it's usually respected. When girls fight, it is fucking brutal. It's so fucking wild.
For some reason,
Yes.
it makes me think about like
Yeah.
fucking like lions
Girls
and like
usually
lions
fight
and
for real.
lionesses and like lionesses just fucking.
I mean,
fight to the
that's
death all the
where
fucking
I think
time.
the jokes about, you know, the female, the deadliest of the species, kind of like there are all kinds of like literary illusions about it. But let's not get too off topic. The High King is speaking. So he kind of like after that, you know, turns to Paloma and says, well, I believe in accordance with the fencing guilds, there is a fine to be established for unsanctioned dueling on both parties evenly. The High King turns to look at Logesh, actually, because you are the law boy, to ask about the figure. But before he does, Baron Oro kind of quietly interrupts and says, as Oro will pay. For both parties. King kind of catches his eye and he says, it is our account. We shall settle both. That is fair, is it not? He glances over at both Marquesses.
Leslok.
Is it? That is
Yeah, he said
fine,
it both.
thank you.
So, Espada kind
Is
of
it-
like,
I'm sorry.
honestly, I'm also, my Discord's being a little weird. People will hear it
My
in the
case is
audio
up
edit,
and
but there's a
down.
couple of times where
Yeah.
a couple of you have cut out a little bit. I've gotten the gist of what everybody's saying, but there's been a couple of times, like I said, where like Lucky or Dallas have like peaked or their mics have like cut a
My
little bit.
connection was going. My connection was like on the fritz for like the last few minutes, so I apologize.
It's okay. Like I said, I've been having that problem earlier. Right now we're green bars. But anyway, to
All right.
continue, yes. So Marquess Espada kind of like again, kind of like rubs at his, you know, perfectly cut beard and says, "Yes, I suppose that will be fair. I do not require it, but I will accept graces." And then the king kind of nods and says, "Very well. On the subject of the actual injuries," he kind of puts an even look at Marquess Espada. "Your lordship, are you willing to, as they say, let bygones be bygones?" Marquess Espada kind of like, you know, kind of again, tensely paces a couple of paces, you know. Honestly, you guys might think that he might still be working off some of the adrenaline from, you know, being in a fight with Moira, which was
That's fair.
definitely a circumstance that was like, he was like, who the hell does she think she is? And then he realized, oh shit,
She's her.
Actually a fight.
yes, she's her.
Met by equal.
Well, it's funny you say that. As a very deliberate story trait, Moira's up to 5D plus Master Die, and Marquess Espada is 5D plus Expert Dice. He is slipping a little. It's been several years since he's been in a for real fight. So technically, they have the same number of dice. It's just Moira has more control. That's why narratively I describe it as he does everything like instant, like a picture, but Moira is constantly adjusting her strikes. It's because she has a master die and she gets to pick her best set basically all the time. But yes, so he kind of like, again, you know, paces back and forth and he says, yes, I believe that while physically we are the more numerous injured party, it was inauspicious for members of House Espada to cross blades with the Lady Aurelia's Cavalier. He says this with about as much deliberation as I put into it just then. Like, that's intentional deliberation. And so, we shall forgo the injuries. And the High King kind of nods and says, I think that's for the best. For the crown. For the matters of personal, he kind of glances between Leslok and Strength and Espada and is kind of like, the crown would also hope to think that there would be no, shall we say, bad blood between two of its esteemed houses and peers. If only because such a contest would be quite mismatched and quite, how shall we say, it would be not productive to anybody. And Espada's just kind of nodding. I mean, you're thinking about it. I will say this: nobody in the room seems to make a sign that you need a physical gesture. So if you want to do a physical gesture, that would be like entirely on you if you think that's the most appropriate move for you as a character. I won't say in character, but as a character, like, is that the best thing for you to do as part of the scene, the mise scene, even?
Yeah, I think Leslok will make a point of being like the big handout too. Like, let's put this behind us, and hopefully, in the future, we'll sort this out more directly.
That sounds like it's half a threat.
Leslok might mean it that way. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe.
I don't know if Leslok intentionally does a lot of backhanded compliments. I know Axe does that accidentally sometimes, and sometimes on purpose. But that sounds like the kind of, with his high graces, that sounds like the kind of thing Leslok would do, is like be master of, like, I'm going to insult you politely. Marcus Espada has to think about it for a second, and then
it's the thing of, it's not aimed, if it's insult at all, it's not aimed at him. It's aimed at like the other Espadas.
He is all the Espadas. He's the head.
Well, yes. But also, I do want to say this.
Yes,
he very carefully, buck stops here type stuff. He very carefully phrased that right to be like, it was not wise of the Espada Cavaliers to engage Moira, or the members of House Espada to engage Moira DJ. He paints himself, his heirs, and also his soldiers in that brush, basically. Like, kind of like, fighting Moira Degen was probably not the correct move. But he will, after a moment of pause, he will accept your hand and kind of say, yes, a more direct method would be best. I think it would be good if, kind of after breaking the handshake, he says, it would be preferred if perhaps the House of the Torch were to address such things more directly. But
I'll make sure on my behalf it is
great.
done.
Stop trying to fucking have the last word. Fuck.
Well, he says that and kind of like, that does kind of make him quirk his mustache a little and be like,
mustache.
Well, yeah, he's got a well trimmed bearded mustache, salt and pepper, splash of gray. He kind of like wiggles his lip a little and says, I should hope so, your lordship. You are head of a expensive and powerful and quite wealthy and well-regarded house. I must admit, as I said, there were unwise decisions all around. But he kind of shoots a glance at the king and says, I cannot help but think that there is a certain amount of youthful indiscretion from our hosts. But if there's, it doesn't seem like there's an immediate comment, he kind of phrases, but there is a moment in due time. Do I want to? I have some scenes in mind, but I kind of think that I don't want to. I have character moments that I've had in my head, but at the same time, I don't want to. They would require me to ratchet back up the tension, and it doesn't feel like the direction the scene's going.
Wait, in like
I have
this
some
king
lines
scene?
for Baroness Marin to be in this specific scene. Yes,
okay.
like I'm trying to. Actually, no. I think yeah, he would leave it at that, but he would also be, as a second matter, there was a. I do not know to call it interference, but there was an appearance by the Fae, which I am most curious about, as it seems like they are wont to go gallivanting around without any hearsay to anyone. Unless, of course, his lordship wishes to claim it was his directive. Which would not technically be correct. That's not you do not reclaim responsibility for Lady White formally.
This is where Leslok would ask to hear about what Fae occurred, because I don't think anyone actually told them about the Fae part.
That is true. I don't think anybody else described it, but yes, Marquess Espada would bring up that at the last he, as Moira left, he does not name Jensai Sinkeda specifically, but he does say that one of the Cavaliers had recovered and was going to pursue. He ordered a withdrawal, which is true first. But then there was a what could only have been a fairy figure in the darkness who warned them off.
Oh,
He kind of ends that summary with being like, well, as I said, I have taken my no, not taken it. He's I understand of it, as I say, my position as being better to not rise to threats, but a threat it was nonetheless. Do you claim ownership of such a thing? Or am I to take it as expensive interference from our other guest?
Right now, I'm thinking this over because it's a situation of being like, technically.
No, you just say that is
Like I said,
Aurelia. That is Aurelia's friend or guardian. Or actually, that is a friend to Aurelia's mother who watches over Aurelia. You do not claim claim her any more that Espada would claim. I'm trying to think of a good Espada.
Over the Kith? No,
not the Kith.
It's horrible.
But
the problem is that House Espada's friends are all family members.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say it's like
Because I think the analogy you were probably thinking to reach for is like Estelle, but also that doesn't quite work because also that's her uncle and cousin.
Yeah, no, they're very close related. But no, just go. Oh no, just say that is the Lady White, a friend of my mother and a guardian to Aurelia. I claim her no more than I would claim a family friend.
Seems like a very polite way to
go
say
back because I just don't feel like I just feel like I should repeat.
Yeah, you don't need to repeat exactly what Lucky said if you're going to say that. That's the thing I said with Loth earlier.
Those lines of being like,
I can say that exposition if you don't want to say it.
Yeah.
It is one of those tricky diplomatic things where you want to say one thing without agreeing to the other thing.
Yeah, it's like
that's what I said. You don't want to claim responsibility of her because that's not technically correct. But also, you don't want to give Marquess Espada the impression that she is an agent of the Fairy Queen. Yes. Because you may be picking up that she's
distinctly not.
Also annoyed that the Fairy Queen is here.
Yeah.
So yes, you say that. And he kind of like. Not like rocks back, but he kind of like tilts back and forth on his heels. Rotates not rotates, but kind of like shifts back and forth on the balls of his feet for a second, and just says, "This is most unusual. I thought that only the House Foretti had engaged in such arrangements. But if you say that she is unattached, then you must leave that too, despite the unusual circumstances which seem to surround your house."
Man, we are a protagonist-ass motherfucking house, man.
It's like
you are, and House Espada is like to bring it up, like literally right now. Like I want to say this, he's thinking about like he has clear, plain. I'll say it this way, without rolling empathy, Leslok, you can tell because you have a pretty good sense. Even Lord Espada clearly has a couple of things on his mind that he wants to bring up, but he
Not from the king.
No, not in front of the king. Like the king is his brother-in-law. Like they've been
That's fair.
friends for
That's
years.
fair.
He's not
Not
afraid
in front
to
of
do it. It's just
everyone,
that
I guess.
he's not afraid to bring it up in front of everyone. It's just the kind of circumstance where like he's deciding like how far would he want to go in this circumstance, right? Because like right now it's only just
Is this the hill I want to die in?
Yeah, it's like yeah, like
what makes a deal about how like yeah.
Clearly has stuff on his mind about you would guess you personally, but at least about your house that he wants to air out, but he's not sure if it's the right time, I guess is how we'll say it.
That's
so
fair.
React to that as you like.
I would like to make a big point about how like he does not refer to her directly as Lady White, but like that she like is very distinctly unattached to the court, like the other the neighbors' politics.
So, very well, I shall file that away. We shall file that away under yet another unusual circumstance. If I may be so bold, your lordship, your house seems beset by unusual circumstance. I hope that you do not... He does pause, but he does say, you do not invite such a circumstance.
I do not wish to.
Yes, you do. Don't you lie.
And yet you find yourself in it.
It's... I will say it's, I guess, follows me considering the circumstances what has led me to this moment.
I think you think too little of yourself, sir. As a peer, allow me to say, I think it is your own actions of brashness that brings you to this. Your house is powerful, wealthy, well-regarded. You should count your blessings and keep it to that. It is that same sort of... He pauses like he's struggling with the words, but he kind of like moves his gesture to that same sort of like reckless abandon that was the flaw of... he does not get to finish this sentence. Baroness Marin actually, like I said, she's kind of standing back to the back. She stands straight up and actually like draws her cutlass and points it at him and says, Espada, you should consider what you're about to say very carefully. It's not polite to speak ill of the dead, and if you do, I'll have to challenge you. Espada looks at her very seriously like, are you fucking sure about that? She says, oh, I'm certain you'd win, but I'm good enough with a sword that I'd make you kill me. And after that, you'd have a very unfortunate circumstance on your hand, because I'm sure whichever member of my house the Captain's Congress picks would be whoever is willing to get the price back in salt from Espada shipping.
Oh, damn.
To interpret that for the people in the back, House Marin basically says that, like, hey, I think you were about to insult Leofric Logi. If you do that, I will have to challenge you to a duel in front of witnesses. You will win, and you will kill me, but...
You'll deal the consequences.
Then my house is going to have free reign to seek the blood price, which it's Marin, so that means they're going to knock your boats over until they're satisfied. House of Espada, like, Lord Espada is just kind of, like, stun-locked by this for a second, and the High King kind of, like, looks over his glasses at him and says... He breaks his first, he says... Coraline, put your sword away, please. She kind of pauses for a second and then sheathes it, and he rotates to Lord Espada and says, Trenton, you should apologize. Clearly offended the lady. Marquess Espada kind of like deep breath resets and says, Baroness, I apologize. And to you as well, Marquess. You are correct. We should not speak ill of the dead. And I do not mean anything by it. I do mean what I said aloud, though. Your house is very fortunate. He kind of rubs the, like, scar that kind of, like, you know, is right next to his eye. It cuts through one of his brows, right? He kind of, like, rubs that with a thumb and says, there will not always be times when there is such fortune to be had. When it is gone, you will miss it. This is me speaking from experience. He kind of bows, though, and says, but I think it is late and we are all overtired. If the matter is resolved to His Majesty's satisfaction... No, I was a little worried about that. But like I said, that is the tension thing I talk about.
Yeah.
Like,
It is a thing of like, Leslok wanted to go on to a thing, but it's like, no, I shouldn't, because it just leads into a weird situation if I
No,
thought too hard
let
about this,
Inos
and
be the
maybe
one
it
who does shit talking. It'll be fine.
is.
Enos is
to
the
look
guy.
like I'm
Oh,
together.
okay. You would talk about like that.
I
that
think
thing
Fairness
you said where
Smart can handle
Aurelia's
shit talking.
you're a bad influence on Aurelia. Aurelia thinks that to herself. Her shit talking impulse is 100% taken from Enos, and she thinks to herself, "Ooh, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's not my vibe."
I think in a weird way, Leslok has thought about like,
I learned
if
from the
I
best.
actively try to like pick a fight, so I'm actually starting fights, and I really should not be starting fights over nothing.
Yeah. Well, and you I will say, out of character, you think about the like being like, oh, well, it took a whole organization to take down my dad, and like I will say this, Marquess Espada's report would be like, yeah, that's the point. He got himself in too deep on something that was only mostly his business as the Lord Marshal, right? Like he got himself so deep on some business that it got him killed. That's like, again, he genuinely does not mean an insult to you or Leofric. He actually, honestly, as an old guy who's covered, well, older, he's only in his 50s, but as an older guy who's covered in scars, he is genuinely concerned for you. Like, actually,
Like, I understood
Logesh, you're
that.
here. Leslok, you're here. Roll me
Yeah.
empathy.
All right. Then.
I'm sorry, my immediate
I'm gonna
counter would
give
be
you a
that
deeper
it's all
read.
like my immediate counter would be to that Leslok Leofric Logi died, pursuing truth, pursuing fucking secrets in this kingdom. Like, to do so is the right and honorable thing to do. You are suggesting that he let such things lie.
Well,
So,
yeah,
hey,
I know, like you I think have a good run back. But
It had to happen at some point.
So it's
Yeah,
like
that's
one of
right.
those things of like, no, I'm very glad Enos is not there. He would immediately have started shit.
No, that's fair. It's like Leslok's case. It's like he literally thought about, like, if I say this, I think it's just starting a whole argument over something that really shouldn't happen right now.
Yeah,
I mean, an argument can happen whenever an
think
argument
about it,
happens.
but think better of it.
Yeah.
You
No,
do
it
roll
just-
sixes.
it
So I will
just-
say you get some insight into Marquess Espada here. Marquess Espada, like I said, he is a older gentleman. He is the same generation as the High King. Let me actually double check his exact age bracket and stuff. Let me crack open my
49.
notes for the first time all night. I've just been improvising, baby. I haven't needed a single stat.
God, you're impressive.
Well, I mean, I did all the legwork earlier, but I haven't had to refer to my notes because, like I said, this whole sequence has
He's
been in my
49.
pocket for months. 49. Okay, yeah. So, like I said, he's older, and in this kind of setting, like that's pretty senior, but he's not like infirm old. But he's been around a little. He's a very stern guy. He is both hard-headed and leather hard. But he kind of says, right, like he when you're thinking about it, yes. You get the impression that it is one of those things, right? House of Spada. I'll start this way. House of Spada is known to supposed to be hot-headed, right? They are passionate, artistic, often violent. They are the house of the storm. They kind of like let their emotions run wild, better or worse, kind of a thing. Leslok, you get the impression that Marquess Espada is still that guy. He has spent a lot of his life learning how to channel that energy. He actually is not the stone cold motherfucker that he likes to put on airs about. He does that because, as we've discussed, that the nature of House Espada is like, if he appeared too easily led, like if he showed weakness, there would be people within his own house who would be like, oh,
Yeah.
well, we might be able to challenge that guy.
I
or we might be
think
able to
it's
push
fair
one of
to
his kids to
say.
challenge him.
I think it's fair to say. I think House of Spada's political process fucking sucks more than most of them. And I actually feel a little sorry for him because that is
because
what
most of
causes
It is,
people
like
to
I
go
said,
insane.
I'm sure you guys will go to either Tempest directly or just when you're in Celticy in general and learn more about them. They have a whole thing about them, like they have their reasons for doing things and stuff, but they are different from yours. I do agree, out of character, that like the like that seems to be something that Lord Marquess Espada is deliberately trying to get a handle on. Is that his people are his people, but they have a culture that rewards and is driven
Conquest.
by like passion and not conquest, like passion, acting before thinking.
No,
I
it also
I
is,
guess I
it's
should
a culture
also.
that punishes perceived weakness.
I guess we should also.
Also
I think
true,
the important
yes.
part of this
Like,
is also
if you are
he's also the
considered
one
empowered,
house.
a craven, or weak, you know, they work against that.
He's also the one house that is basically assumed that once he's gone, there's going to be a small civil war over who gets to lead.
Yes, he knows for a fact that because of the way that like sword law and his culture works, that even if he manages to repair that relationship where his two eldest children do not want to fight each other, there will be people who will fight for them in the streets regardless of what they say. And he spends a lot of his effort hoping to try and smooth that over. You guys don't know what he does at home to smooth it over. But also, he is the Lord Chancellor. He is like technically like number 2 or 3 in the kingdom, right? Like he is the keeper of the seals and official stationery. Whenever the king like makes a law or a proclamation, the Lord Chancellor is the guy who's supposed to like stamp and seal it, right? Like he is the one who, you know, like enforces the king's edicts, not necessarily the king's law, but like when the king makes a decision, the chancellor's job is to make sure everybody knows it.
His decision is meant to have weight to it.
Yeah, so like he also is doing a big job because he really cares about the king. The king is his brother, not just by law, like they've been tight together. They're very close friends. So Marquess Espada is spending like 100% of his effort trying to keep his house from erupting into civil war at any time, and also to support his king, his brother, when he's doing stuff, which is important. He truly did not mean to imply an insult to Leofric because, honestly, Marquess Espada thinks your dad was a pretty cool guy. Like you rolled empathy with 3 6s. He liked Leofric Logi. He thinks it's a terrible shame that he is dead now. If his killers appeared before him, he would run them through with a sword with no hesitation, because that's who he is. However,
I could agree with that because I would shoot them where they stand, but I need them with the words first.
He personally does not have the wherewithal as both the head of his house and as the Lord Chancellor to go running around, you know, kicking over buildings to find them. He cares a lot. You understand why he drew his sword on Moira. He cares about his kids a lot. Leslok, in this moment, you discover something. You discover that Marquess Espada does not have favorites, actually. He really loves all of his children roughly equally. They're all important to him. He cares about them very much. Probably a little too much, actually. Honestly, he probably lets Ainara and Rodrigo get away with some shit that if he didn't care about them so much, he might be a harder disciplinarian on.
The problem about that, it's also the culture of his house to be kind of more blasé about it.
Yeah, like he should be more laissez-faire, more emotional, more about it. Like House Espada produces a lot of deadly fighters, but also produces a lot of really strong, passionate, evocative artists. When they do, you know, poetry, dance, painting, and shit, like they put their whole ass into that. They don't half-ass anything, you know? Except shit they don't care about. If you're not passionate about something, who cares? Why would you do it, you know? Like that's kind of their deal. So they're like I said, their culture is different than Logi's and different than some other houses. And Marquess Espada makes strides to try and like keep everything on an even keel compared to the other houses, but he can only force his people to change so much. So like I said, he cares about all his kids. He cared about Leofric. He liked him. He, you know, liked his position as Lord Marshal. His personal opinion is that you are head of a house. That is not something you should be doing. Like he thinks like he shouldn't. He's like, no, I'm head of my house. I'm you know, I'm old and senior now. I should sit back at home and mind my beeswax and, you know, do my duty to the land and make sure everything runs on time, kind of a thing. And he is like, honestly, he puts that back out on you. Well, you're head of your house now. You're a Marquess. You're the same rank as me. That means you also should hold yourselves to the same standards I do. Like it's like a reverse of being hypocritical. Like he actually thinks that you should operate to the same level as him.
That is fair. It is why Leslok is furious at Aurelia, but he's not at the Marquess. He's not allowed to. That's not reflect on his decisions right now because he can't let that.
Yeah, you gotta stick up.
Also,
to the house.
maybe we should, I guess, call it a night now, like in game, like as in like.
Well, yeah,
I think maybe we're like playing this much. Maybe, yeah. It's like maybe
he said we've been up late and we should let it go. So yes, like he says he apologizes and everybody kind of resolves. If there's anybody you wanted to mention to this in the scene, like Logesh, if there's anybody you wanted to talk to about anything.
I guess. Off.
I mean,
what was that, Dallas?
Nothing.
Okay.
Go.
After everyone would leave, oh wait, no, Ainara did not show up here, did she?
No, she's here.
Okay.
Rodrigo also showed up.
She gave you a nod.
Yes, that's okay. So afterwards, Logesh would take a moment to just touch base with Ainara and Rodrigo, how they feel about this whole situation. But that's what he would do afterwards.
Rodrigo hasn't actually been on camera a lot tonight. Rodrigo is like, probably for the first time in a long time you've seen him, Logesh. Like he's a little dampened right now. Like he was not opposed to his little sister getting in a fight, even with his host. Like she's a Spada. That's fine. We get into fights all the time. He's gotten into fights before breakfast before, like that's fine. But for probably the first time, like not ever, but like the first time, like all time it's been here, Rodrigo felt like he had to be the heir to the house tonight and like take charge. So like when those 6 guys showed up behind him, he was like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this now. I guess we are going to do the right thing and like break up the fight. And then Moira shows up and gets to everybody and it's like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. We got to do the right thing. She's beat up my guys. I have to fight her. He gets his ass kicked and he's like, okay, all right. What the fuck was the point of tonight? What were we doing? Like that's his opinion. He's just like, okay, nobody had a fun fight. I didn't get a fun fight. I got my ass kicked. My dad showed up and saw that I got my ass kicked. He kind of got not his ass kicked, but like he kind of put on the end of his rope too.
Hit a draw.
And all that happened is like Aurelia got stabbed and everybody and my sister lost. Like nobody wins here. Like so he's like I said, he's like very dampened down right now. Ainara is much more of her usual blasé self about it. Like I said, she is glad Aurelia's not permanently hurt, and she was concerned for Paloma in all of this, but she thinks that's going over, and like, but at the same time, Ainara is like in kind of like this weird detached sense that like I said, I revealed to Leslok that like Marquess Espada cares about his kids, pretty much, honestly to his detriment. Ainara is probably the one sibling that she gets that the most and best. So she's like, well, Dad's not gonna, like fuck over us at all. Like we, he's not gonna come back at us. So like, I'm not worried about me. And if I'm trying to think about it, like Logesh talks to Ainara a lot. I'm speed running subtext rather than role play out text here, but like
that's fine.
You kind of get the impression that like Ainara is like not like fully detached from her house because she is very much culturally Espada, but also Ainara feels like she's kind of of the opinion that like, well, it doesn't matter if my dad fucks something up because he's him, he's his generation. When he's gone, then what happened doesn't affect me, kind of a thing. I'm a new person. I'll, start from scratch. Is that a correct opinion? You be the judge.
You're literally a judge.
But like I said, that's kind of her vibe.
And getting these vibes from them, Logesh will probably spend more time actually with Rodrigo to make sure he's all right before offering to escort them back as well.
Yeah. Rodrigo's just like, too late to drink, but I could use a drink. I got beat up by a coat, man.
Okay. I will join
I need to
you.
work. I need to work on myself. And Inara says, "Well, you'll get a chance for a rematch." He's just kind of like, I didn't. That excites you, sister. That one does not excite me.
My
That one
brain is
scary.
picturing the fucking Doctor Strange cloak when you say you got beat up by a coat.
No, Moira threw a coat at him, and then pulled it over his head and tripped him.
Yes.
Well,
So
she
yes,
can't wear a coat to the tournament.
Logesh will spend the night staying up with Rodrigo and not commiserating, but basically helping him miserate.
Miserating.
Yes, because I
A
am
little
not.
miserating.
Yeah, not commiserating because I'm not also
being
in this
bros.
situation. Yes.
Okay. Well, then I think we wrap for the eventide, and we
I talked to Aurelia in the morning, but I guess
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at the time.
No, we've been chewing through. This we're like, what's the mission clock at? Just under 4 hours.
Yeah.
We've been speedballing. Okay. Yes, you want to check in with Aurelia in the morning. I think the excuse will be that Aurelia has a minor injury because basically Nicola's work will convert her killing damage to shock, but it's not going to automatically be reduced until she rests the next time, even though she probably goes to sleep after this because of just, like timing and healing rules. It's supposed to take you a day of rest and recuperation plus the healing roll to fix the killing. So we kind of will front load the healing roll and put the rest of relaxation after, but basically, claims she has a minor injury that prevents her from taking on additional matches. So she'll have to, make up her points on the next couple of days to make sure she's in the finals. And Paloma will probably take a light schedule of matches. So if you guys are okay to continue, I think Leslok can speak to Aurelia, and then we can probably call the session a day.
Sounds good.
I think everybody's okay. All right. After being healed, Aurelia is probably transferred back to her room, so that's where you'll find her, Leslok,
Right.
unless you want to talk to her specifically at dinner, or not dinner, breakfast. I know what time is. Shut up.
No, it's in a room of. Feeling a bit better now?
Well, a little. I don't have a sword in my shoulder anymore.
Well, that's good. I have everything involving it has been wrapped up, so just do not bring it up in the future.
She kind of pauses for a second the way you phrase that. And
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, that. God,
All right.
why are you so harsh?
well, he said earlier, Leslok's mad at her, but he's not letting it out. So it's
True.
It's seeping out through the role play.
Yeah,
I guess
he's
that's
trying
true.
to contain it.
Why is he so mad?
I'm just thinking
Aurelia
of that fucking
Yeah,
Oh,
Aurelia I think picks up on it, but she, like I said, she just kind of pauses and it's like, all right.
I think since I guess you'll have free time today. I'm taking time out of everything I'm doing today to, I guess, teach you something I know. You still have the coin on you, right?
Oh, yes. She's kind of surprised by the sudden change of tone, but yeah, she pulls it out. If you're curious why I didn't have it last night, it's because I didn't have anything.
No, of course. It's more,
You can even ask me about my knives.
right. Let's I think let's off his coat or a layer off it just on a chair and he's just
Yeah. It's typical to wear an overcoat or a cloak or something, even indoors.
yeah, it's really, it's really hard being ahead of the house when I sometimes have to worry about just randomly being told that things will go horribly wrong about me ever knowing and me being one of the last people to know about it. And I I feel so old until I'm not even goddamn 20.
Wow.
She kind of that last bit, like she was thinking one way with the start of that sentence, but you say the second one, she kind of like you see her like mid thought change tactics, and she just kind of like sighs a little, and he's like, "Well, sadly, I think that's the
crown you wear, Bubby.
yeah."
Yeah.
I mean, she wouldn't say it like that, but she's like, "That's the burden of the house. You could always
Means
choose
the
to
head
become a
wears
monk
the
and
crown.
retire. Let Konrad do it."
No, I'm going to wear the
But
weight
then
until it
you
crushes me.
have
But
to
Then
I just want.
crushes you. She's just like that. That one, another one. Aurelia kind of like pauses and says, "You know, I picked up that you are mad with me. I get that. That's right. Honestly, I was kind of expecting that more. Everybody else was just so bloody worried about me. That was tough. That made me think about my life decisions.
Because we knew it would annoy you more.
Quiet, you! Demons, kill Nicola.
we throw the Nicola mannequin off the bailey again.
Suck Nicola into the depths of hell. But yeah,
My last breath, I curse Konrad.
Konrad?
I was like, what?
I didn't realize that relationship went that way. Hold on a minute. No, don't let me get off
No,
track.
it-
We'll get that one for
Honestly,
later.
it's just 'cause
But yeah, like I said, Aurelia's kind of like Aurelia's kind of like, no, I understand. You're mad at you're angry with me. That one I get. And like I honestly I was more prepared for that. But like, brother, I think you need to talk to some people sometime, and I don't know who that is because it's probably not me, and it's probably not Konrad, because he like kind of gets it, but I don't think he fully gets it. You need to talk to some people who get it, because like, I'm going to carry the weight until I'm crushed by it is like, I don't know how any others to say it, brother. That's crazy talk. You're talking like a crazy thing. The weight is substantial, but metaphoricals aside, our father wasn't crushed by it. He was killed by it, but he was not crushed. He was himself till the day he died.
I know. I'm gonna kill the people that killed him.
That's
Wow.
great. I'm gonna help. But no, Aurelia, that one does not make Aurelia change a single tactic. She's just like, yeah,
Vengeance.
revenge bros.
Yeah, we're the
Blood in, blood out. No, that one, she's like, no, I get that one entirely. That's not the thing we need to talk about. We need to talk about the other stuff, the stress of
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Because, like, you said you were one of the last people to know. That's not true. You were the well, okay, there were some other people who knew, but that's not my
I was
fault.
like the 15th person to know, but yes.
No.
That leak was like, I mean, kind of, because there was half a dozen espadas. They were like,
Yeah, but they
There
didn't
was
know. But they didn't know because they knew they were going to stop an illegal duel. They thought something else was happening, and just kind of happened on
Okay,
it.
fair. Okay, fair. But like,
well, yeah, but like Aurelia does the math, and she's like, I don't count the espadas. That's not my fault. That was that leak clearly came from Paloma's side.
all right. I'm
But
probably
you know,
being
you
immature
were the
about this.
first
But I just
How old is Leslok again? Like 19, 21?
yeah, he's like
Yeah, he's
19.
Like I think Aurelia
he's like-
kind of like
He's
she
gonna
like
be like
sets her
20
shoulders
a
and
month
she's
or
like,
two.
brother, you can be immature. You're not even 20. If it weren't for our circumstance, you'd barely be an adult. Gods
Yes,
know
so, like,
I'm
then
not an
I
adult.
could
I'm
have
still
used
trying to
myself
figure it
with
out.
like the whole Ghost Army thing. Yes.
I'm not going to ask anyone about that. I was originally
Why
going
are
to
you
ask
like
you
this,
about
Axe?
whether or not. I mean, I think actually, I do want to say this. I think this is actually Leslok, because like Axe's other characters are not always like this. Not
No.
always, I should say. Like I know Axe does
We're-
have a reflex
we're
kind
just
of
the
like
two of
he
us,
likes
yeah.
to add on to a conversation, but like Leslok is like the most non sequitur character, and I don't know why exactly.
No, I think this is pretty Axe. Axe like usually always adds like one or two lines more that makes you just go, "What?"
But real, it's a thing
Oh,
I've
there we go.
literally it's a
Like
line I really-
especially with things that he wants to do or cool thing he wants to do, like spells or ability. He always likes to add that on to, like into the sentences and stuff.
Well, I guess it was like
okay.
with
Say that
Navigator,
everything
like,
is
talk about using
really
his
a
eyeball,
thing,
but that is
like,
kind of his unique thing.
It has been a thing Leslok has thought about on and off for like literal months to years about the whole thing, and be like, I can't do it, but it's like I've always thought about it. It's like it's literally that dumb kind of thing he knows you should never do.
It's like it's just like the thing. It's like you don't like you. Well, this is not the time to talk about it, but I find it weird. Actually,
That's wow. We should
Yeah.
be careful about our inside baseball.
yeah.
I mean, as a finishing thought, I will say what I was in the middle of saying there was that like it is true, but it is also like he is the only Veiler in the character crew, so it is kind of like a unique thing he has access to. You Lucky did, I think, rightfully give like me and Dallas some pushback in Rogue Trader when like we were harshing Axe's buzz about using his magic eyeball because that was kind of his thing. Like it's his unique move besides being a navigator. Like it is, I guess, Leslok's niche, but it is kind of a thing that oozes out sometimes.
Well, it's like one of those things of like, yes, I like. Well, oh god, I'm trying not to do.
I guess. Well, let me say this, Lucky. I think I get where you're coming from. You're kind of the opinion because we're 70 sessions and shit or get off the pot, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Either do it or stop talking about doing it.
Yes.
No, it's fair.
It's
I
like
just
that's Axe may not always remember that he mentions it in character time.
Other people tell me about that.
About we don't remember what our fucking memory is, but
is a thing.
specifically about
I guess
the
make this
Grey
clear.
Legion thing.
There's a thing specifically about Leslok where it's like he thinks about what he would be like if he wasn't the Marquess. If he didn't but he also like I'm not going to stop being the Marquess ever just because I didn't want to at any have a moment of weakness about it. But it's like he thinks about like I guess I would have been like a wandering sorcerer guy for a bit and just done some weird shit.
All right, I would say that then. To cycle back around, perhaps then you should mention more examples. I think Aurelia would say, I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything Loth. Aurelia would kind of like again pause and be like, "Well, we'd all be different people, but we cannot wind back time." She kind of sighs and says, "Speaking of my future, Inos actually talked to me last night, and he thinks that I should take a fall semester at the Collegia Tactica, just the fall." So I can be with you in Celticy in winter. But, might be good to be in a more formal situation with, lots of instructors watching me, bossing me around, telling me what to do.
This is gonna go for great.
Shrugged your shoulders.
I have the weird feeling that this would lead to you asking for a bigger stipend, and then so on and so on, and like I don't feel like that's something that's like a
Well, I have been talking to you about it, but don't worry about it. We'll talk about it after the Collegia. We'll talk about it later, brother. Anyway, what did you want to talk? Genuinely, though, you wanted to talk about something. You asked me about the coin.
I'm going to teach you how to do sending way, and you're not gonna and then we're doing it all today until you actually learn it. So cancel your plans.
Okay. She kind of takes a deep breath. All right. My Veilcraft is touchy, but you are my brother and the Marquess. If you request, I shall try. I'm not doing anything else today. She kind of holds her arm, which is probably not like in a sling anymore overnight, but like she is ready. It's that, or Moira's probably going to teach me about left-handed guards.
Yeah. Besides Mother, she's the only one who actually able to know it, so I think it's.
I'm pretty sure there's some
There'll
stuff.
be
If we
some
do it now,
Veilers
then
out
anything
there,
else.
But usually the other orders scoop them up.
I know the people like she's the only one that actually besides Leslok never give a coin to Cressida because they have journals that are linked. The only person he's given to a coin that actually could ever learn sending way to like do or respond to it is Aurelia that he knows.
Yeah, I don't think any of the rest of the people you've given it to have shown any aptitude for Veilcraft.
Yeah, so.
But yes, if you meant that as out of the people with coins, then that is correct. Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, she kind of nods along and is like, all right.
So
she kind of pauses and thinks to herself. Well, I guess you should show me how to do it, but then we probably shouldn't practice in the same room. That would kind of defeat the purpose.
No, but I would be like, we're always figure out the technique and then we'll go through that. Well, this is gonna take all day.
Looking at Aurelia's like 2 in Veilcraft, yeah, probably. What's the intensity for sending away? It's 3 or 4.
It used to be 4, now it's 3.
Okay, I think I actually winded it back down because it does have
You
some
made it. You lowered it by 1 and
abilities.
made it untuned.
Yeah, I think I did the unattuned part a long time ago, but I have gone back and forth on that. But yeah, the I definitely did double check the difficulty. I think I did give it a materials reduction or something. But anyway, yes, okay, all right. So yeah, you spend
Oh, what's the
much
material?
of your day. Well, the materials is
It always
definitely
requires an
specifically
object.
you need the paired items.
Oh, the paired items. That's what.
Yeah,
it is.
you
They're
have to have, and they have to be made to be exact the same. That's why,
Oh,
like,
that's right.
this is the thing we're talking about. Like, it's been months since Leslok's been doing his careful crafting of coins, but they are like all perfect pairs. Like he had to go out of his way to make sure each of them had like molds made, a bunch of different molds made, and then the coins were cast exactly the same so that they can work.
Ah, I forgot.
Like it's very
Yeah,
particular.
I think that is completely specific.
Does it stop working
Yeah.
if they're damaged, or is it more they have to be perfect when you use the sequence on the actual sorcery on them?
When they're cast, they have to be identical. I don't like I said, I do budget instant communication pretty high, but I don't think the intent is to be mean enough that like if somebody like rips the page of your like mirrored journal, it's ruined.
Well, it chips
If
the
they
coin,
completely
'cause it's
destroy
silver.
it, it's destroyed. But well, for her it's the coin, but I'm talking about like for example, because you can do journals for writing, you can do mirrors for stuff. Speaking of which, by the way, don't forget, you have a sending mirror. That was Sir Peridot gave it to you,
With
the fairy.
Yes, with the Knight of
Just
Courtesy.
want to make sure everybody remembers that.
It just hasn't come up yet.
So I will actually. I will. It's.
Yeah.
I don't think I've given Aurelia a veil spell in a little bit. So let me look.
I guess the part of this is that like Leslok feels that he could have done literally. There's like very little he could have done to change the events of it, like the actual course of these events, like outside of like I guess of being around really the entire time during the actual like summer court.
Yeah.
So this is his feelings of being like, I'm just gonna have a way so I have directly have a way to at least get involved.
It's gonna
No.
take her
Which
a
is
little
maybe
bit.
overreaching, but it's
No,
how he
and
feels
like
about it.
Aurelia
I'm gonna be
understands that, and she's like, I think she would come or like she would be like, good.
No, finish.
Yeah, Lucky?
No, go finish your thoughts. I didn't want mine to interrupt.
Okay, I'll finish. Aurelia will like over the course of this because it's gonna. I just rolled her veilcraft pool. It's only 5. She only sends 3 and 2 veilcraft. It's gonna take her a little bit to get it right with the intensity.
Yeah, we're gonna keep trying.
so
it's why I
it will
said
take
it's
all
why
day, but, like,
I've moved all my plans today to do
she-
this.
She understands that like and honestly she is like like in retrospect it would be good if I could just grab something and call like because again the way the sending way I do think takes you a little bit of time to it has a cast time, right? Or is it combative?
It is the cast. There's no cast time which you have the object. It's just the 8 hours to make the object.
Okay, yeah, so it's instantaneous
double
once
check.
it's made. Yeah, so she's like yeah, you just have to know the spell to use it. So that's the restriction. So she's like, then yes, that would
Otherwise, it's only
actually
one
have
way.
been very useful to have because I could have just if I was able to talk back to you, I could have just had the coin in my pocket in case something went wrong. And I will keep the coin with me when I go away to the Collegia Tactica.
Yes, because I
Just
don't
at
think
point
I can keep you in one place. Because considering your habits, I feel like you'll
Well,
still
I
find
have
your
to
own
admit,
ways
I
to
have
venture
thought
in.
about, if you tried to, like, bundle me off to charm school or something or marry me off, I might just take Moira and run away into the hills, Try that hat.
I will bring you back because I think she'll at least feel like she has to make sure you're alive, but we'll see.
No, I think
I guess
more
you could
would
convince
be
otherwise.
fine with it. At least for a little while.
I guess until it
No,
got too dangerous.
yeah. If you're
Yeah.
thinking that, like, Moira, like, she said, take Moira and go into the woods. So it's like, no, Moira would be with her. She would not bring back. Moira says that the eating's terrible doing that, though.
Nah, Mora would probably
Just
do it
about
at least for a
sticks.
little while. Because she'd still be keeping Aurelia safe, so yeah, she'd be fine with it probably.
Yeah. But yeah,
Moira has also lived off the land. That's why she knows it sucks. But yeah, Aurelia, like I said, gets in a jab about sleeping on sticks. You fancy that, brother? Sleeping on sticks? As a wandering woodman? Huh?
I don't think he gets an answer. He just
Kind
laughs.
of your earlier point of just like, I would just be some sort of wandering wizard by now. And she's just It's like, oh yeah, you think that sounds cool? You want to sleep on sticks and rocks, brother?
I think she's talking to the wrong brother who would
Want to eat
enjoy
with
that.
mushroom?
How much does one
ask Konrad
Oh, I
about
know.
that,
That's
he'd
the
tell
thing.
you.
Aurelia would be like,
Let's see.
yeah, he's a lot. Are you up to like your?
Let's like
third need,
I should mention.
think?
Let's like has no points in
I
direction.
have student wilderness 4.
Yeah.
8
No,
dice. and
you're an outdoor
sense
boy.
Direction.
I specifically direction is the one sense skill I don't have points in.
That's so funny. We got to keep it that way, at least
That's
for a little bit, unless it becomes a problem. Yeah, but like Aurelia would basically be like, yeah, she would be like, no, it's the wrong brother for that. Like if you tell you that, like she would absolutely be like, oh, I don't have to make that joke to Konrad. He would love it. I think he sleeps on sticks for fun. Have you checked his mattress lately? I got some leaves in there.
I don't want to find out. I don't actually want to find that out.
I think I once saw him with a backpack full of rocks, but I think that might have been an exercise thing.
Oh God, no! The backpack
I
full
think
of
that's
rocks.
a weight training thing.
I've done that.
My weighted clothes.
It's an actual calisthenic trick, but I mean, technically, I think
Konrad-
I think the Roman march exercise was they actually just had their full battle rattle in their backpack. But if you want to simulate it, you could fill your rock with rocks.
Or did you never have the time when Konrad said going up down the hill was
Konrad
too easy?
Exercising.
I think so. Anyway, like I said, we're just faffing around. I think that's a good wind down for
Yeah,
the
it's
day.
like
All right.
The point is, it's like Leslok. It stops being bad when he's like, I bet because as pro most Leslok things, part of him is being angry at other people, so him being mad at himself. So.
Oh, and
Okay,
like
got it.
the moment, like I think Aurelia, like I said, recognizes that you're angry at yourself. She's just like, brother, you gotta let that shit go, man. Like she wouldn't say it exactly like this, but Aurelia's opinion is like, no, brother, I need you to be locked in, like. And if you hate yourself, you're not locked in. Actually, that's the whole point. Like, I need you on your A game because we gotta find out who killed our dad.
Of course,
Yeah,
we gotta get.
you can
Marquess is
afford.
flawless.
You can't. Don't worry. You can't afford to hate yourself. Leave that to Nicola.
Of course, the Marquess
He'll hate
is
himself
flawless.
enough for everybody.
I thought you were about to say Nicola hates you.
I was just thinking of that joke.
Oh
All right,
God.
okay, but yes, I think we're
I
gonna
thought we'd spend
wind
a bit
down the
right
day.
now,
We've
yeah.
been going for about 4 hours. It's almost 1 a.m. It's a great session. I think there was some awkwardness from several people making sure they were doing their character bits right, but we got it all out. I think we had a good session, good role play. So everybody was present. Everybody role played. So that's 2. I double checked, and I'm pretty sure I had some unread notes from like 2 weeks ago, at least, or somewhere in the past 2 weeks that Leslok wrote. So you get a third.
I tried to write
Oh, I
something
forgot.
just to
Shit.
keep habit of it, I guess.
I forgot
Yeah,
to.
it's been 2
I
weeks now.
actually
It's,
wrote a note. I forgot to put it in the journal.
I'm probably gonna do a note earlier now. We'll see.
I'll do it for
So
next
go
week.
ahead and keep your jots down, and we will pack it in. Thanks so much. We will resume the tournament next time, where we will figure out what the finals of each bracket is. I can tell you now, despite the point setback, my intent is for both Paloma and Aurelia to make it to the finals because they get to settle their grudge match.
Grudge match.
They get to settle it for real.
Omega.
Along with some
I can't
more.
remember.
I will. Actually, no. I think I can. As a tease for next time, I can show you what I intend the pre-made finals brackets to be. If you'll let me, can we paste it over here? Can I not copy and paste
Nobody-
out of Google Docs into?
Nobody copy.
Discord.
nobody
What?
paste.
That's weird. 'Cause,
What?
like
That's
your connection was
weird.
really enough for me.
Maybe use the snip.
I guess
the snip
the session's
I'll
over.
grab
I
them
guess
off
that's
mic
fine.
because it seems like it's going to be a thing that requires a little finagling, but I'll share them with you. So I have the apprentice and master brackets decided already.
Right.
No, I don't need you anymore. Start menu. Sorry, I opened it up to open Paint for a second to snip something, but I'm like, wait, nope, we'll do that later. I have the masters and the apprentice brackets locked in. I will figure out the journeyman based on how many of you qualify all the way to the end. You probably all 3 of our boys who are in will qualify all the way to the end, but we'll see.
Oh,
That means that I have to figure out what the other 5 slots are because I think it's best of 8 single elim. But all right, gang, that's going to be it from us. Thanks everybody for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. We'll see you next time for more Regan.
Yay!
Yay!
Bye!
Yeah.